Morning. Committee support. May I just check if we have got adequate numbers to proceed from members present?
Morning, Chairperson. We have the required numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings, honorable members. Greetings to the departments, the entities as represented by the boards, councils, and their executives. Greetings to the Auditor-General South Africa team that is on the platform at this point. We'll do the intros later on. Fellow South Africans may be following us on the different platforms made available by Parliament. This is a meeting in this term for the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as would be dealing with our program. So I would, without any further waste of time, given
recording in progress,
the work at hand, go straight to the formalities as I declare this meeting open, given the confirmation that has been given by the committee support. I'll start with the rules of engagement so as to ensure that our meetings run smoothly as expected. Honorable members and all participants on the platform are reminded of the rules of the National Assembly on conducting meetings on virtual platforms. That one, at all times, let's ensure that the mic is muted, the video camera is off until you are recognized by the chairperson. And once recognized, you will then proceed to unmute your mic, switch on your video camera. In a situation where you experience connectivity challenges, you would request the permission of the chairperson to switch off your video camera so as to maximize your bandwidth. From time to time, understand that members or participants would lose connectivity and you have to probably reconnect to the platform. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect that your video camera is off and that your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive and therefore could pick up background sounds that can distract a speaker that may be on the platform or disrupt the meeting in that score. Wise point of orders are allowed in terms of the rules. Members are reminded that you have to keep your video camera off, your mic muted until you are recognized again by the chair. In situations where the chair is unable to see that you have raised your hand for a point of order, committee support will indeed assist in this regard so that you are recognized. And once recognized, you'll proceed to raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules of the National Assembly. Honorable members, as a guidance, we are advised not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on this platform. Having reminded ourselves of those rules, I will now proceed to check if we have applications for leave of absence or apologies for purposes of record. Committee support.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have an apology for the Minister in the Presidency. The Minister for DCDT will be late, Chair. The Deputy Minister DCDT sent an apology, but I believe that he's joined us now, Chair. Thank you so much. Then we have an apology for Ms. Kubeka. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the apologies received. DCDT minister will join us later. We do not have the minister of the GCIS side, owing to cabinet committee commitment. However, the Deputy Minister Mutau is on the platform, so the political leadership is here. So those are the apologies we have. Then Honorable Kubek. I take it that honorable members, leave of absence is granted to these members who have apologized. Can I then check if by any chance there is an apology that may have not reached the committee support that any member would be aware of for purpose of record? Because there are none, we'll then proceed to look at the agenda, starting with the formalities of adoption of program and so on, and thereafter we'll direct on how we are going to manage this PACT program that we have before us. Honorable members, like as you see, the first would be to adopt the program, the draft program for the term. Like we said, we are entering this term where the focus in the main is the BRRR as well as legislation that's before the committee. But of course, the program takes into account those specific areas that the committee wanted prioritized, in particular entities that must be prioritized to come back to the committee, even beyond just the consideration of the annual reports. We'll then deal with that quickly. Then, of course, we'll thereafter take the AG. Of course, the delegation, as I said, will be introduced at that time. When we take the AG, it's an important report because it serves as a way of foregrounding all other reports that would follow. So we are looking AG. I know there's always a complaint that you don't get enough time when you get before the committee so as to elaborate further. But surely 45 minutes should do in terms of the points you'd want to raise, given that members would have also gone through presentations. Would then go to the GCIS and the MDDA. And I'm saying and the MDDA in the scope because 3 and 4 are quite aligned. So we'll take those presentations at a go. So we are sharing again there for 40 minutes because we don't have a consolidated report of both GCIS and entity. We'll then thereafter take a discussion. Again, having done the AG1, maybe that's what is missing in the agenda. Just after the AG, we'll take a discussion so that we don't keep them on the platform. If they have other things to attend, they are able to do so as they service many other committees. And thereafter, take the departments, like I said, GCIS and MDDA, we take a discussion on them so that we are able to release them. Then from there, we'll be getting to DCDT and its entities. And as I said, we'll then indicate how we are managing the program in between so that we also don't listen to presentations for quite a long time without engagement, so as to keep the committee discussions alive in that scope. So would guide in that case. And then tomorrow, as you know, to continue with those that we prioritized for tomorrow in that scope. With that having been said, committee support, I would want us to deal with that first item, the program that has been circulated to members. We've always, like I said, it's a program that is adjustable as we get important matters that need urgent attention of the committee. And we manage that through political applications to the chair of chairs, so that the committee is able to consider the point that is presented to it. Amongst those, maybe let me deal with that now. Amongst those would be, once there is a referral to the committee on the SABC amendment bill, then we'll have to look at the program in that score so that the bill is introduced. So I'm raising this point so that we have clarity that the committee at this point has no referral of the bill. So the bill, from the interactions that the committee support would have done the latest by Friday, was such that those are part of those that are edited at the level of the Speaker's office, and in due course, if that referral would come, will then be seized with the bill, and we can make then comments on the basis of what would be before us. So the program will have to take that into account, given the importance of that bill in resolving the challenges we're faced with in the SABC. So this is the program, honorable members. It's now presented for your adoption or amendment. That's good. I check then if there's a mover for adoption of the program and a second.
I move adoption, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you and all members of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Mtembu moves. Can I get a seconder?
Morning, Chair.
Okay, Honorable, and seconds. Any objection in us adopting the program? No objection, so the program is agreed to. Will now committee support as you flight the agenda. I take it that we are getting to the next item, and that will be item on the report of the Auditor-General. Am I correct?
Are you
Yes,
correct?
yes, a briefing on that. Of course, from information that has been made available to me to confirm the delegation is that we have Ms. Musisinyani as leading the delegation at this point. And we also have Ms. Tarjat, Ms. Nkwenyeni, and Mr. Makula, who are on the platform. Of course, further introductions, they may deal with that as they come in. So I want to welcome you to this committee, as we usually do. Now, I was told you were to join later, Mr. Seto, so I asked deliberately if you are on the platform. So we also welcome you, Mr. Seto. Now it seems there's a leadership change. That's that you are here, but that's the delegation that has been confirmed. We really want to welcome you once again before this committee. And as the committee, we always take your counsel in terms of helping us to do our oversight, much as it's always right at the end where we meet But in here, we always remind ourselves of what has been raised by yourselves as you came before the committee. So once again, we are giving you this opportunity to further assist the work of Parliament, but as well as the entities in improving their work, not just from a point of audit opinion, but that this can also yield to impactful service delivery on the ground. I think for us, that's something very, very important. I'm not sure at what point did you join, but I have tried to indicate the allocation of time, that we know that you are always pressed, that we do not give enough time. It's just that there is no enough time. So we have allocated 45 minutes on the basis that members have read the presentation, but we also thought it's important that we give you such time so as to elaborate further on matters that you really want to spend time on in a way that assists the committee. But more importantly, because it may be probably our last bit of blood that we are engaged in, and as part of the legacy report that we put together, we should be able to indicate what could have happened in the term as we get towards closure. So we are now handing over to you, and I'm sure you'll be able to time yourselves based on how you are approaching the presentation and fully introduce your delegation. Over to you, Mr. Secretary. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable Members. Executive authorities also on the call, Honourable DM, and the other members and leadership and other colleagues. So thank you, Honourable Chair, for once again affording us and allowing us the opportunity and the privilege to come and engage on the matters of comms. So we've taken your guidance and your leadership in terms of the presentation and the timelines also allocated to us. We will also then move on account or on the basis with the understanding that the presentation and the submission has been digested and has been interrogated by the committee members, and therefore ours will just be to focus and highlight some of the salient and important issues that we would like to leave the committee with in terms of making sure that those key issues have been elevated for the committee to dispense with or deal with them as part of your oversight responsibilities. Honourable Chair, I am supported by our well-capable team. Unfortunately, Ms. Musisinyane had to go and support elsewhere, as you eloquently noted or pointed out earlier, Chair. This time of the year, unfortunately, we do have a number of committees running at the same time, serviced by some of the same team members. So we try and divide and conquer and make sure that we do justice to the process, but we allocate our resources according to then the need and in trying to make sure that each committee also gets a fair representation in that respect. So, but thank you from our side once again. Honourable Chair, honourable members, the presentation will be predominantly made by Ms. Joyce Nkonyana, who's our engagement manager, primarily responsible for the key audits of the Postbank and SAPO. She is, however, also supported by the other engagement managers responsible for the various audits, such as SITA and all the other entities within the portfolio and the department. It is worth noting, Honourable Chair, that given the amount of time that we've been allotted, it is quite a meaty portfolio. So it does consist of a number of entities. And there are some key issues that we would like to elevate for the purpose of the engagement here today with the portfolio committee. Also, what is worth noting before we present, the colleagues can start flighting the presentation in the meantime, as I'm dispensing with some of the opening remarks and introducing the presentation and the outcomes. Honourable Chair, honourable members, what's quite important and key to note that as part of our process, obviously we are required to really engage extensively with management. So that would mean the accounting officer, the accounting authority, the board members, as well as the CEO and the respective members who are delegated in dealing with the audit. And so all these outcomes, the key messages that we are going to present today have been extensively workshopped, and all members and all parties and role players in this accountability ecosystem are fully appraised. Now, that's important in terms of context and background, because that also includes the executive authority. We did meet with the minister in July before we signed the audit report, just to appraise the minister as well in terms of some of these key outcomes and some of our key findings, to assist and empower, as you also mentioned a little bit earlier on, Honorable Chair, to empower the minister as part of his responsibilities when he was providing leadership and guidance and his engagements with the respective leadership in the various entities, including the board. And then we also then, as part of the other legislative requirements, some of these institutions are required to have AGMs, or annual general meetings. So when those meetings were also held, led by the shareholder, engaging the boards, we also then attended and also had some conversations with regard to the findings that we will present here today. So as we then maybe just move in terms of this one slide that I also just like to deal with before I hand over to the team who will then deal with the detailed presentation, Chairperson, I think there's a general acceptance and understanding. We've been doing it for many years in terms of our vision and mission, but where we would really like to strive here is taking the previous slide, marrying it with this slide and the slide that will follow, is the fact that if you look at our primary responsibility and our primary mandate, Honorable Chair, honorable members, ours is to conduct our audits. Our constitutional mandate is that we must audit and we must report. However, we have been reporting, we have been doing that, and doing that over a number of years, having generated insights and engaging in this accountability ecosystem with management, those officials responsible for can we just stay put on slide number 3, please? It's fine. I'll indicate when we need to move. Our assessment has been that even as the Office of the AG, if we also want to claim that we are playing our part in terms of making a difference in the lives of the citizens, it's important that we understand where we are. And that's quite important, Honorable Chair, honorable members, because we've also embarked as Office of the AG in implementing a new strategy, which we call Culture Shift 2030. You'll also see it's no coincidence that we're calling it Culture Shift 2030 with a timeline of 2030, because it's also aligned to some of the objectives that government would have set themselves out to achieve by 2030. So now, Culture Shift, what does it mean? Culture Shift means, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we've been doing our audits for a number of years, giving recommendations, but are we seeing the impact on the lives of the citizens on the ground? And you also eloquently mentioned that, Honorable Chair, as part of your opening remarks, that really at the core of what the portfolio seeks to achieve at a strategic level is to make sure that all our efforts ultimately culminate into efforts, impact on the ground for the citizens, and that the money that we dispense as government, that we allocate to our respective portfolio, ultimately translates and transcends into the delivery of services for our citizens on the ground. So if, as Office of the AG, we are to embark on this strategy, which I've mentioned, we call Culture Shift, it means that for us to move to somewhere, we must all be very clear in terms of where we are today, so that we understand what the baseline is from where all of us are required to hold each other's hand and support each other to move towards the culture shift and seeing the culture in the public sector that we want to see, and that being really a responsible and responsive government that implements its strategic objectives and goals for the benefit of the citizens. So this is also a slideshow that was shared by the Auditor-General herself with the Deputy President, where we reflect based on our observations, what the lived realities of the citizens on the ground are. And you'll see it's all encompassing, speaking to all matter of aspects across the different portfolios, whether it's water, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's housing, whether it's schooling, the health at the bottom with regards to clinic, the roads, as well as our energy challenges that we're experiencing currently as a country. So what does that all mean, Honorable Chair, honorable members? That means that, going over to the next slide, that in order for us to really successfully implement culture shift, as you mentioned earlier on, Honorable Chair, all of us are required to play a role in making sure that we have the desired impact that we want to see on the ground for the benefit of our citizens. And to that effect, the Office of the AG came up with this illustration that depicts the accountability ecosystem. So it's an ecosystem, and as we know, ecosystem means there are interdependencies from all the role players involved in making sure that you move and achieve a certain goal. It starts right from the left, where it deals with the officials, senior management. Those people are ordinarily tasked with making sure that they implement the objectives and the deliverables required. And then you have your executive authority, who he or she will provide strategic leadership, direction, making sure that the policies and the agreements that are reached in Parliament and agreed upon are implemented at operational and administration level. I also always make a light-hearted comment, honorable members. You know, I'm quite a jovial person, and I always say, if you look at all the members that are depicted in this illustration, you'll see all of them have a platform on which they are standing. But when you look at the accounting officer or the accounting authority, which is the board, they're almost standing on a slope there, holding hands between the leadership being the executive authorities and the ministers, and then with senior management and officials who are responsible or required to go and implement. So basically showing that an accounting officer or the board, they play quite an integral and important role in making sure that they take the strategic aspirations of government and make sure that from an administration point of view, those are implemented for the betterment and achievement of the goals of the portfolio. And then obviously on the right-hand side, we all have our support and oversight structures and functions that must also support us as part of this ecosystem. That includes committees, oversight committees such as yourself, the portfolio committees, your SCOPAS, and all other committees that are in Parliament, the respective legislatures. And also we've identified the coordinating departments also play quite a critical role in supporting the accountability ecosystem, your treasuries, the presidency, as well as the premier's offices, cooperative governance, as well as the DPME. Now, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, you'll see right at the center of it all, because we are doing the presentation as the Office of the AG. We are talking to all of these stakeholders, and hence we said even the Office of the AG, like you also mentioned earlier on, Honorable Chair, we also have a role to play. For ours, over and above just doing our constitutional mandate and doing the audit, is also to make sure that we do it in such a way that it generates insights that could be of use to our respective portfolios, so that they can go and make sure that through the influencing that we do and making sure that we're focusing on the right people, that they move for the betterment of the citizens. Honorable Chair, honorable members, now where we've generated the insights, we've given the recommendations, and we try to influence the accounting officers and all the role players in the accountability ecosystem, should there be no movement and people taking up this responsibility seriously, the Office of the AG has the arm on the right-hand side available to it, which is the enforcement arm. That's where we now issue material irregularities as part of the Public Audit Act amendments process. And you'll see even in the presentation, we'll also touch on the extent of material irregularities in this particular portfolio. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I always conclude on this slide by saying, if you look at that particular scenario that I've just depicted in terms of the insight, influence, and enforcement, it's not a linear exercise. You don't stop and then you end here. So meaning that if you are in the enforcement space, that now we've taken out the big stick and we just leave you there, you can see it's a continuum. It goes back to say, yes, maybe if things go wrong, we can go and implement corrective action. We can implement improvements in internal control, and ultimately we can come back on the other side of the pendulum, where now we work on the basis and the relationship of us generating those insights and giving you those key recommendations, and the respective portfolios and all the members in the accountability ecosystem playing their role to fulfill, so that ultimately they then do what is required. And all of us and all of these efforts, Honorable Chair, as we've mentioned 3 or 4 times already during the presentation, are all for the benefit of the citizens. And you'll see right at the bottom, it demonstrates this principle by saying all these efforts must be for the benefit of the citizens. And hence you'll see it points directly to the citizens, and hopefully it also promotes an active citizenry where people feel that government is really working for them and experience that in their day-to-day lives. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members, I am going to stop there from this part of the presentation. That's just the intro in terms of our strategy and our strategic aspirations as the Office of the AG, and how we view the accountability ecosystem, and just reinforcing the principle that all of us have got a role to play, as was eloquently pointed out by the chairperson earlier on. Chair, I'm going to hand over with your permission and indulgence to Joyce. Ms. Joyce Mkonyana will now do the detailed presentation in terms of the outcomes. As she's moving to the slide that depicts the overall movement of the outcomes, I am going to introduce the detailed discussions by saying, Honorable Chair, unfortunately, we were hoping last year when we presented here, we were quite optimistic despite having had not so favorable audit outcomes. We can move to the slide with the general outcomes, please, colleagues. We were hoping that the portfolio would really make gains in terms of improving the audit outcomes. But you suffice to say there are significant challenges in the portfolio, especially in the SOEs, which have all unfortunately now remained or regressed to the red space, which is disclaimers. And unfortunately, like I mentioned, these are some of our significant and larger entities who are supposed to be operating on a basis of being self-sustainable and generating and contributing meaningfully to the economic outlook of the country and economic development of the country by making sure that they've implemented their respective turnaround plans for them to operate on a basis of being self-sustained. The other outcomes the colleagues will then share in terms of the detail of what transpired there. What is unfortunately also apparent in this particular portfolio, especially in the SOE space on the entities on the right-hand side, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, is the fact that usually when we have conversations around SOEs that may not be faring so great, usually some of the reasons that are advanced would be instability in leadership, instability in senior management. However, in this particular scenario, you may find that in some of these portfolios or some of these entities that we are presenting, you would have had a stable CEO, stable CFO, stable board over a number of years. Unfortunately, all of those efforts did not then translate into a successful implementation of initiatives and measures that then ultimately ensures that these entities are able to sustain themselves. But the colleagues will provide us with a little bit more in-depth detail. What's also critical to note is that we will also then maybe ask a question that the portfolio committee should ask from the department in terms of its monitoring and oversight responsibility and role, in terms of what oversight it played over these entities, over these, over the past financial year, and unfortunately also making sure that we ask the question whether these initiatives, in as much as maybe there may have been inputs or efforts, what has been the impact? And clearly you can see from the outcomes that from a governance point of view, the impact may not have resulted in the desired outcomes in assisting these entities to move. But the colleagues will unpack it as we then go into the detail of the presentation. Thank you, Chair. With your permission and indulgence, Joyce, over to you for the presentation.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Honourable DM. Thank you, Andries. I will just do the first few slides further, and then I will give over to Joyce. So as Andries was indicating on the regression with regard to the SOEs, we also would like to comment the portfolio, because NEMISA and Sentech, they moved into the clean audit category. And we comment them for that, meaning that the internal controls are in place and that they use best practice. I'm not going to go through all the detail. I think the other auditee that I just would like to highlight is then with SITA. So SITA, although it remained in the qualification area, there was a regression in terms of more findings and more material findings on determined objectives, as well as on non-compliance. If we move into the performance information in the portfolio, you will see that the portfolio is mainly green, and we also comment those auditees for the performance report. The 4 auditees that started off before the audit with material findings was SAPU, SABC, DCDT, and SITA. So SABC they addressed the finding and they had corrected it. So we did not include any findings in the audit report for SABC. However, with the department, specific targets on the household migration, as well as the SA Connect model, the department still needs to just ensure that they identify clearly the nature and the required level of performance. And then with SAPU and with SITA, basically there needs to be sufficient and accurate data supporting those targets that they have reported on. The impact, the main impact for this is that the cost of communication might not be reducing as government would like it to be, due to the fact that these planned indicators are not tracked sufficiently. And then also with SAPU, the citizens might not get their SASSA grants on time. And then with SITA, if our institutions don't proper maintain and properly do regular updates with their IT systems, then they might not be able to provide those efficient services to the public out there. If I move to the next slide, I just want to highlight that there was some targets that was not achieved. We have included 9 of the auditees, which shows the green and the red on indicators that was not achieved. And the main indicators was also again relating to the household migrations with the funding with BDM, as well as the analog TV transmitters that was not switched off, where SABC planned for 100% and only 60% was done. And then also, again, with regards to SITA, that not the number of broadband sites connected was also not switched off as they have planned. The impact, again, that the misalignment with the set targets set out with the different role players within the APPs might hamper the process with the digital migration, and then the post office of the future, where they might not do those services that is required, as well as the plans on having a state bank. I'm not going to go through these slides. This is just detail, again, on some of the indicators and targets for the different auditees. And then just the key message on the broadband migration. So what we are indicating here is that the benefits that will come from the digital migration is obviously the efficient use of spectrum, more channels, thus more diverse content, a better picture, and obviously the potential for the interactive services with people with visual and hearing impairments. However, over the years, the set-top box installation for those people with your old analog television sets to be able to get the digital, what do we call it, transmitters, was very late, and mainly also due to the oversight and the controls that was not sufficient to monitor this process. So the table just indicates the different role players within the broadband migration, which is the department, SABC, USAF, Sentech, and ICASA, and all of them just indicate what is the targets and what was the achieved targets for the year under review. Our key audit observations with this is that the successful implementation of the transition from analog to digital broadcasting is pivotal to realizing the NDP's vision of an inclusive and dynamic information society by 2030, and the constant changing of annual targets for the role players have not improved the outcome of this project, and it is imperative that the review of the current performance measures be conducted to ensure that they explicitly reflect the overall project's progress and the success of all role players. I'm now going to give over to Joyce. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Suret. I'm just going to keep my video on just for purposes of introduction, and for the rest of the presentation, I will switch off my camera with your permission, Chair. Yes, again, I think we also just come here with concerns over the financial health of the state-owned entities. There is no way that we can do the audit without elevating the fact that the pressure on the fiscus and the lack of performance is seen on the performance, on the numbers that are shown on the performance achievement, which ultimately translate into service delivery, that the state-owned entities are really not doing what they are supposed to be doing. So the lived experiences of the people on the ground is definitely different. So I'm going to start by talking about what we found when we did the financial review and the results, therefore. So what we've noted, starting with the South African Post Office, is that the entity has reported for the past few years over 1 billion losses and they have a negative asset value of 4.4 billion. The group has decreased by 23%, the revenue that they've been generating. What we also noted is that their main source of revenue, which is delivering of mail, has been decreasing a lot. And the basis for disclaimer of opinion is as a result of their ongoing financial struggles. Together with the SAPC has also reported a 1.1 billion loss in the current year. They are not able to pay their creditors when they're due, and as a result, that also formed the basis for a disclaimer of opinion. We are also noting some emerging risks in some of the entities, such as the BBI, Sentech, and the Post Bank, where we've included an emphasis of matter on the going concern. So the going concern issues have not yet materialized, but the direction in which these entities are going, it's a major concern. Also, just to further emphasize on the three issues that are of concern to us. You can move to the next slide. In the state-owned entities, I'll talk about the three major ones, which is the Post Office, Post Bank, and the SAPC. So what you'll notice that you've heard of the many bailouts and the government guarantees that the SAPO has received. Cumulatively, the amount sums up to more than 9 billion. So despite all these intentions of this bailout to provide a vital financial relief and sustain SAPO's operations, this organization has faced persistent challenges that have limited their effectiveness. In order for SAPO to be able to achieve a sustainable turnaround and extract value from the business rescue, it is crucial that it addresses some of these underlying issues. Some of these underlying issues include, but they're not limited to, things such as operational inefficiencies, market competitiveness, unviable commercial decisions, as well as the failure to monitor their turnaround strategies. And with the Post Bank, I'm sure you've seen a lot of the media articles on Post Bank and their failure to deliver grant. I think what is more concerning is that this is a grant that most of the most vulnerable rely on for necessities. So the Post Bank has taken over the contract from the post office to distribute the grant. However, the process in which the contract was taken over, they have been failing to administer and execute the contract accordingly. This has resulted in many grants not being paid on time, as well as a lot of other glitches that have resulted in grant beneficiaries not receiving the grants as they should. And then with the SAPC, we note with concern that their 3-year turnaround strategy has come to an end in the current year. There's a 3.5 billion bailout that was received to them in October in 2019. That will be fully utilized in the next year. However, they're still finding themselves in the current situation where they are also reporting large losses, and they have a going concern issue that has led to the disclaimer of opinion. You can move to the next slide. So in the next slide, I'll talk about the quality of the financial reporting. So what we notice that there are some entities that are doing well, such as the FPB and Sentech and NEMISA. These entities are a good example for entities such as SAPO, SAPC, and SITA that have reported. SAPO and SAPC have reported, and Post Bank have reported a disclaimer of audit opinion, and then SITA has numerous qualifications that they've reported. USAF could have potentially gotten an unqualified. They just need to be able to clear that inventory balance that they haven't been able to provide support for. So what does all of this mean? The quality of financial reporting information means, other than the fact that it affects the audit opinion, it also affects the process of budgeting. So you need to do your budgeting process currently. So if you're sitting with a financial statement that does not have credible financial information, it makes decision making a little bit difficult. So also in also measuring the performance, it also makes it a bit difficult, and also from an accountability point of view. I'll move over to compliance. So what we also note, the very same entities that I've mentioned that have done well in the financial reporting have also done well in compliance. So the FPB, NEMISA, and Sentech, there were no material compliance findings that were identified. However, for SAPO, Post Bank, DCDT, SAPC, ICASA, USAF, USAASA, BBI and SITA, there were material non-compliances that we identified. So non-compliance that we've identified include procurement and contract management, which we'll deal with in a bit more detail in the next slide. What we note with concern is that BBI is reporting procurement and contract management non-compliance for the first time in the current year, and the rest of the two other entities, SAPO and Postbank, are reporting repeat findings. The quality of the financial statement is still an issue, and for all the entities that are listed there, it's a repeat finding. Prevention of irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, for all the entities that are listed there, it's a repeat finding. And then effective consequence management, BBI and SITA, these are findings that are reported for the first time in the current year, and for the rest of the entities, these are all repeat findings. We can move to the next slide. And then on the procurement and contract management, we've broken it down in a little bit more detail just to give you a feel of what are the type of issues that we are identifying within the SCM process. So things such as uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes on SAPO, Postbank, and BBI, those are the issues that are being identified. And then information that is not supplied for audit purposes, we will request for information and it won't be provided to us, affects mostly Postbank. And then awarding of bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that were not stipulated in the original invitation. We've seen a lot of this at SAPO. And then procurement by other means and or deviations not provided in line with the SCM policy. This is present at the post office and the BBI. We can move to the next slide. So in the next slide, this is just a high-level indication of the impact that the National Treasury instruction that was issued in the current year has on the way in which we report irregular expenditure, which I'm going to cover in the next slide. So what has happened is that the irregular expenditure balance is no longer reported in the financial statement. As you all know, we audit the financial statement. This note has now been moved to the annual report. So for the purposes of the user, they'll still be able to see the information. But for purposes of the audit, our audit is still limited to the information that sits on the financial statement. However, you can move to the next slide. For entities such as the SABCs that have always battled with the completeness of irregular expenditure, there's work that we still do in the background and encouragement that we still make to management that they must ensure that they confirm the completeness of the irregular expenditure, as well as take action for all those historical irregular expenditure issues. So what you are seeing here, you are seeing entities and the top contributors of irregular expenditure. So we have SITA that sits with 452 million. We have the Postbank, number 265, and then we have the Post Office that sits at 155. So in the block with the orange heading, we give the description of what are some of these issues that we are identifying that are contributing towards the irregular expenditure. So with the SITA, this is the multi-year contracts where they've incurred irregular expenditure when they initially awarded. So the reporting of this irregular expenditure is rolled forward over the years. With the Postbank, the main contributors is that we are finding that there will be agreements that will be entered into without the necessary procurement processes being followed. And another big one is a software license that was purchased and is not utilized, which was also reported as irregular expenditure, and it accounts for majority of it. It sits at around 100 million. And then for SAPO, SAPO has a combination of irregularities, such as amendment of contract without the necessary approvals. And then we have 72 million related to the cash in transit contracts. And then we have 17 million that accounts for deviations that were not properly approved. In the next slide, I'm going to deal with the process that management is expected to take in instances where there are irregularities that are happening within the entity. As you can see, Honorable Chair, that the picture is not looking good. You are sitting with a 99% of issues that needs to be dealt with by management but are not dealt with. There's only 1% of issues relating to irregular expenditure that we condoned. We have nothing that has been written off. We have nothing where money has been recovered or in the process of being recovered. So that picture is a bit concerning. We can move to the next slide. So in the next slide, we deal with our own consequence management process. However, our own consequence management process, we have defined it. We have defined it in the form of material irregularity. So we are focused in terms of what we deal with, what we don't deal with. Management is expected to deal with everything. For purposes of materiality, we only deal with the issues that we deem material. So what we have found is that we have two material irregularities that we've reported on SABC. You can see the description at the bottom. We have one for SAPO, we have two for Postbank, and we have two for SITA. And then the action that we have taken so far. So we've managed, Honorable Chair, to recover and to prevent 4 million for getting lost. We were in the process. We were able to recover 500,000, and we managed to get management to investigate 5 issues. We were able to stop suppliers' contracts that were irregularly awarded, which accounts for 1. And then we have 3 internal controls and processes that were improved and prevented as a result of our own consequence management process that we have introduced. So there are also some observations that we are noting within the process that is also just hindering us from performing it and performing it fully. So we've noted that some of the consequences that we are recommending, the manner in which, or the pace in which they are implemented is a bit slow. Sometimes you'll find that some of the issues are going through a court process. So sometimes we will need to wait for the court process to conclude first before we can come in and implement our consequence management. In some cases, we find, the positives, such as in the SABC space, where we have found that ever since we started raising these material irregularities, similar issues have not been emanating. And then with environments such as the SAPO and the Postbank, SAPO, there are still some, and most of them come from, their financial sustainability issues and some internal controls. And we also just note with concern that in some cases, the Postbank does not respond to some of our material irregularities on time. Thanks. We can move to the next slide. So in the next slide, Honorable Chair, it's the conclusions as well as the recommendation in the slide that follows. So what we have first, we have just captured the recommendations that we issued in the previous year, and now we're just giving you feedback. So the what you see in yellow and what you see in pink, those are basically recommendations from the previous year as well as the progress therefore. So what is in yellow? These are recommendations that are in progress. And then what is in pink, it's recommendations that have not been implemented at all. So we had requested that the accounting authority as well as the executive authority, they must monitor the internal controls by implementing and updating action plans to address the recommendations made. So what we noticed is that each year there will be action plans. However, the problem remains that these action plans are not monitored and nobody is held accountable for the lack of implementation, as well as the issues that sit within the Postbank. So the Postbank is an IT-driven entity. A lot of the non-payments of grant beneficiaries that you've been seeing on the media are also issues that are coming from the IT environment. We have been, year in and year out, been recommending to management that there are short-term stopgap measures that will need to be implemented in order to allow the process to have a system that works and a system that's able to do what it's meant to do. So we are seeing a bit of progress, but the progress is not being fully implemented. I think what's also of concern is that we have requested for access to the system. In the previous year, we were able to do a detailed analysis on the SASSA grant payment system. We've evaluated it, we've provided recommendations. This was based on the cyber incidents that were reported. We have since seen a huge improvement in that area. However, we wanted to do the similar exercise on their main banking system, because what we noted is that a lot of the issues that were reported initially on the system where the cyber incident happened were moving to the new system. However, we were not provided with the access, which also prevents us from providing the recommendation and providing the support that we would like to provide to see this improvements in some of these entities. And then the last one where they've not implemented is the functioning of consequence management. As you've seen in the other slide where I indicated that 99% of the issues that were meant to be dealt with have not been dealt with. And then ensure regular feedback and monitoring processes on the implementation of turnaround strategies. You can see with the SAPO, SAPC has tried, however, the outcome that they were hoping for was not ultimately reached. And then what we are matters that were raised and not addressed timely, that we are still strongly recommending that they get addressed, which is the block in green, is the completeness of irregular expenditure, which I've spoken about. Action plans that need to be effective and move entities such as SAPO, move to the previous slide, move entities such as SAPO and Postbank from a disclaimer of opinion to a much better opinion. IT control environment of Postbank, huge area of concern. So that needs to be addressed, and it must be addressed urgently. Monitoring of turnaround strategy is very key for the post office currently with the business rescue proceedings that are currently happening. It will be a most very crucial part of ensuring that the entity is turned around. And then consequence management, there's no way that an environment where there's a lot of irregularities, it's not supported by consequence management. Consequence management is the only way where the culture can be shifted, as we've indicated in our strategy that we are here to shift culture. If management is not implementing the consequences, we'll therefore then come in with our own consequences through the process of material irregularity. We can move to the next slide. So the next slide, Chair, is basically just the summary of all the recommendations that we've made. We've summarized the key root causes, and as well as the commitments that we would like the executive authority to commit with regards to the portfolio as a whole. So we have provided a briefing note. So what we did in the briefing note, we've provided detailed root causes as well as each recommendation that, or what the communication that or rather the engagement that we've had with management, as well as the recommendation. So it's a very nice document to read in detail in order to also get very good context around the key root causes, as well as what we are recommending. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to Sure to cover the last slide.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just quickly with MDDA and GCIS, we do it separately because they're technically within presidency, but I know you also need this information. So if I just move to the next slide, we have just consolidated GCIS and MDDA. And the only thing that I would like to highlight is I want to comment GCIS. They improved back to a clean audit with no findings. However, with MDDA, there was a significant regression in the audit outcomes, and this was mainly due to the loss of key senior personnel during the 22-23 financial year and the lack of implementation of controls surrounding the daily and monthly processing, and as well as procurement processes that wasn't followed. The key recommendations is to enhance the oversight and monitoring over the implementation of the action plans for MDDA, fill key vacancies, and then enhance the monitoring of those internal control systems and the proper record keeping and reviews of and reconciling controls to be implemented. I think I will stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. So we were provided with 45 minutes. I think we've taken just about 35 to 40 minutes. So just as a recap, Honourable Chair, we've given the Portfolio Committee the outcomes for the financial year under review, but also tried to include a reflection of the performance of these entities over the MTSF period, as you also rightfully reflected in the beginning of the session, that as a portfolio committee or as a committee, you were also considering reflecting as part of your MTSF period the performance of the portfolio as a whole. So generally, overall, I think we are just concerned with regard to the status of the SOEs in this space and some of the controls and the lack of financial sustainability in experience in these institutions. I will then hand it back to you, Chairperson, and members to take questions, comments, or inputs, or unless, as you guided earlier on, there's another presentation that will follow after hours. But from the Office of the AG, thank you, Chair. That would be our presentation.
Well, thank you, AGSA team. Honorable members, that's the presentation. As I said, we would engage it immediately so that we are also able to release them to go and support elsewhere, as we'll be then dealing with responses in terms of presentations from the department and the entities. May I now invite members. If I don't see your hand on my side, please just indicate if your hand is up. I see the Honorable Masone. His hand is up. And then COVID support will assist me if I'm leaving any one behind. For now, I recognize Honorable Masone to proceed. Honorable Masone.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairperson. I ask your indulgence to keep my camera off. Bandwidth is very tight this morning. Thank you to the AG for the presentation, and also thank you for the very concise summary and explanation notes. They do really help those of us who are not as what's the word I can use? Academically and financially equipped as you are, and that is why we so desperately require of you to come and give your full and comprehensive reports to our committee. I am deeply concerned, and I would like to discuss mostly the end of your presentation, where you did the reflections and the implementation of your recommendations, because it is my feeling that the Office of the Auditor-General plays an exceptionally crucial role in South Africa, and to think that an entity would not implement your recommendations of a previous year or of this year or of any time really does upset and cause me great concern. The South African Post Office, as we know, is in the process now of finalizing the state of its financial rescue and as well as its liquidation. And you say here that action plans were not efficiently implemented, as SAPO and the Post Bank still received disclaimer audits in the current year. Efforts from management are acknowledged in the IT control environment at Post Bank, however, and these controls implemented did not fully address the weaknesses identified. And then SAPO again still remain with financial stability concerns, and consequence management requires an improvement in the portfolio, and internal controls should be enhanced. Now, this particular consequence management concern of the AG is a massive concern to me, because at some point someone has to take responsibility for why things are in the state that they are, and why entities have reached the point where they are being taken to court being placed under financial rescue, being placed in a situation like the South African Post Office of being partially liquidated. And we have to just be honest that the people that suffer are the most vulnerable of the South Africans who require these entities to operate optimally at all times. Now, while I did listen very closely to the AG indicating that SAPO had released much of its responsibility with regards to SASA grants to the South African Post Bank, I think it's safe to say that what we've heard about the South African Post Bank also leaves a lot to be desired. And most certainly, if any of us had large quantities of money that we were looking at investing, we would certainly not be investing in the South African Post Bank, given what we've heard today and the prospects going forward due to the reasons given, and I won't repeat them because they were very clearly outlined by the Auditor-General. So, Chair, my question is this. What do we do when entities simply absolutely refuse? Because that's what we have to now understand, is it's a complete refusal to take aboard the AG's recommendations that have been recommended year after year after year, and they result in irregular expenditure. And this irregular expenditure revolves expenditure of money of the South African people, because these entities are funded majoritively by the South African public. So we've seen irregular expenditure findings, and we've even seen the disclosure of historical amounts not being brought into financial statements. And the entities like the SABC still needing to address this matter. Now, that is unacceptable. For an entity not to adhere to the requests and to the recommendations of the AG is unacceptable. So from the AG side, who do we as a committee, where do we say the buck stops? It is your responsibility, and we now hold you personally accountable for the loss of this money, for the non-adherence to the AG reports, and for a mismanagement that is costing South Africans, the actual man on the street, the man and woman on the streets of South Africa. You are costing them a fortune, and above all, you are holding the most vulnerable of society at extremely high risk due to your maladministration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Mtakane, followed by Honorable Tembo.
Morning, Honorable Chair. I request that you allow me not to switch on my camera. I'm moving around, driving around here is very difficult sometimes. One of the points are covered already by Honorable Matsoni, because I was very worried about the manner in which some of these matters have been reoccurring from time to time, whether we don't have the capacity as the Auditor-General's office to enforce the recommendation that they made, because I don't think it's correct to make one recommendation for a 5-year period without real action taken against those who are completely refusing to implement the recommendation as identified by the AG. I accept, of course, that the Auditor-General's office, broadly speaking, they deal with the after effects. But I think the recommendation that they made, they are very important for us to ensure that the department or the entities we are overseeing, they are able to stick to that. Maybe, Chair, at a certain point, we have to discuss with the Office of the Auditor-General, because I think there should be some element of complementarity between us the Auditor-General's office and the portfolio committee, because most of us, we are playing on oversight the work over the entities, just to ensure that what we recommend or recommended by portfolio committee or recommended by the Auditors General got implemented by the administration. But the overall point that I wanted to make sure is that what is their overall observation as the Auditors General's office? I accept that the perspective in their approach, I accept that. But what is their overall observation about the state of the state-owned enterprises generally? Because some are improving as far as I see it here, but some are not really improving. Whether in fact we are not achieving what we want to achieve, because the overall purpose of these state-owned enterprises to assist the state to run its affairs in a manner that is very appropriate, and then also servicing the majority of people who happen to be very vulnerable. I'll be very interested to know what is the overall conclusion after they have observed, but also they have observed the implementation of their recommendation. What are the stumbling blocks that are very difficult? They will need political leadership to get involved in order for that stumbling block to be resolved. That, to me, I would be very happy if the AG's office can assist us to do so. I'm saying this because I think they will agree with me that we have been doing this for many years now. It's almost 30 years doing one and the same thing. And then, but it seems there's no improvement at all in terms of the overall observation, that we need to do something else. Otherwise, I think we'll keep on doing the same thing that we've been doing for the last 28 years, if I'm accurate anyway. For members of parliament, they've been doing one and the same thing every year. It has almost become a ritual type of approach. I think we should change that thinking and ensure that what we discuss and what we recommend got implemented, unless there are valid reason why is that the recommendation are unimplementable. Therefore, that should be a great engagement. And that's an issue, Chair. I know that I was not posing a direct question, but I wanted just to know the overall impression of the Office of the Auditor General on the challenges that we are facing. Thank you very much, from the Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kagane. I recognize Honorable Mutembu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all members on the platform once again. Honorable Chair, mine, if I may be general, let me start by uploading NEMISA to manage a clean audit. And also, firstly, I was supposed to welcome all the presentation, and a presentation of the AG is clear and very informative. Thank you for that. And also, I want to applaud USAASA for having 100% on its target. If USAASA manage to get 100%, you see that even other entities can do that. We appreciate what USAASA did. I just want to say to those who get a disclaimer to make sure that they try to move towards a positive direction. If other entities manage to get 100%, they can also do as they did. To the SAPC, there is that sometimes their action plans were not monitored. I just want to say if SABC maybe they can just try to make sure that they monitor their action plans, it might minimize some of the challenges that SABC are facing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tembu. I take it that there's no other hand that I'm leaving behind. Honorable Mlala, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to raise my hand, but I'm unable to do. I don't know what's the problem with my gadget. But thanks. If I'm audible, can I proceed?
Proceed.
Thank you. Let me first welcome the report of the Auditor-General and the greetings to the AG, greetings to Chairperson and my colleagues in the committee. I just want to make a follow-up on what Honorable Mdagani raised. Perhaps put it differently. Mine is it's first a proposal that maybe the committee need a special meeting between ourselves and the AG on the three entities that are on the red line, SAPO, Post Bank, well, and the SABC, just to work out, for instance, in terms of the last three audit reports of the SABC, there were quite a huge amount of irregular expenditure. And from where I'm sitting, we have not heard about the consequences relating to those irregular expenditure. And perhaps if we sit down with the AG, we can work out a number of areas where we think as a committee we need to focus on so that we can do our oversight quite effectively. And maybe the second issue, because I think maybe the AG could also help us just to reflect on those areas that were very key, particularly in relation to the regular expenditure, and guide us so that we know exactly the areas which we need to focus on. That would be my proposal, Chair. But I think because this has been happening quite a lot of time in relation to the Post Bank as well, where we also need the AG to sit around and put an emphasis and focus on areas that we need to look at. We've seen the presentation, but I think because both us and the AG are almost doing similar things, it might be important that we sit around the table ourselves and then look into details, each and every area of concern, and areas where there's not been follow-up. For instance, if an AG make a finding this year, it's a repeated finding, so that we can focus on those repeated findings and where there's no follow-up, so that our focus moving forward will be on those areas in terms of our oversight work. I think that would be my proposal, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Mlala, as I give to the AGSA to respond, just to help also as we get to the recommendations as you respond, especially on repeat findings. I think the AG, whether from your own assessment, is it an issue of the lack of skills or resources in such entities that lead to that? Or is it an issue of historical matters, for example, where a contract will go over a period of time, and if it was irregular from that point, you'll continue to have that on the table until the matter is resolved or the contract expires. So I think it's important to also clear the committee on that, so that when we get the responses later on from the departments and the entities reporting to them, we are able to at least be focused in terms of our interventions in that regard. So as I give to you to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, members, for the questions. Some of them were more comments, but we'll try and also assist the committee and respond and provide some context as far as practically possible. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I think first and foremost, let us also acknowledge and accept the request by the committee for a request to brief. Should the committee then so feel that the committee requires a more in-depth briefing, the committee is more than welcome to extend an invitation to the Office of the AG. Obviously, the invitation on the request will have to come through the Office of the Chairperson through the normal processes and protocols. But the long and short of this particular point is that we shall definitely avail ourselves should the committee wish to engage a little bit more in terms of the details insofar as they relate to those particular entities. And then latching on to some of the comments, some of the concluding comments, Joyce and the colleagues will assist with regard to the detail of the current year irregular expenditure. But the long and short of it is the fact that, Honourable Chair, honourable members, these institutions did incur additional and new irregular expenditure. That's the one that the colleagues focused on when they were doing the presentation, because, Honourable Chair, honourable members, the previous opening balances, like Honourable Mulala mentioned, that was removed. It's now included in the annual report. Good morning to you as well, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Minister has also joined us. He switched on his camera, so he's just making us aware that he's on the platform. So that's the irregular expenditure. And so the implication of that particular process, Honourable Chair, means that, for example, where the SABC had that big balance over the past preceding years, that balance was now moved out of the financial statements, so we no longer reflect on it, and we don't audit it anymore because it's now outside of the financial statements. However, we do look at it from a consequence management point of view, like Joyce was putting on the table, to say, even though you might not be reporting on it, but you are still legally required to go and follow up and do those investigations as required by the PFMA. And you would recall, Honourable Chair, this was always the Achilles heel of the SABC, and it was the source of the qualification matter for the preceding 3 or 4 financial years. So that's it. And insofar as it relates to the recommendations, and I think this is also linked to the question that Honourable Mdakani also asked earlier on, Honourable Chair, through you, Chair, is around the recommendations and what is required in order to reinforce some of these recommendations that are being made. So, Honourable Chair, honourable members, I think I sort of mentioned it in passing last year, and you would also have heard Joyce during her presentation, and when she was talking about the performance information, she mentioned the lack of credible information and what it means for decision making when oversight structures such as yourselves have to make certain decisions around budget allocation or around even passing legislation, where it will really hit the mark to assist the portfolio to achieve its intended or strategic objectives. So from our side, some of the stumbling blocks that we really need to talk about, and we can have the conversation in a little bit more in-depth, would be, for example, and then one of the slides also try to capture the issues in these SOEs that are contributing to the state they find themselves in. Inefficient business operations. if you are the post bank, you can't be struggling with the banking systems and the systems that should enable you to deliver your systems or your services rather. So you can't have systems that are not fit for purpose that will not assist you in achieving your objective of participating and being a bank, if I can call it that. So it's investing in capabilities, investing in skills, making sure that our systems are fit for purpose, and then also dealing with our operational efficiencies. I mean, even with the current challenges that we have with the systems, you can still find ways of making sure that through implementation of certain manual processes, that at least you are still able to deliver efficient systems or services. So look at the challenges that we have reported now on the implementation of the SITA grant. In as much as we would all like to agree that a system or lack of a proper system is contributing to that, but there are also operational things that the institution could be doing better to better manage this particular process. And that goes the same for the SAPO as well. And ultimately, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, if you look at the public perception of the post office, or you look at now what is happening with the recent challenges that we experienced with regard to the post bank and the payment of the grants, it then erodes public confidence, and therefore once you erode public confidence, you know, the people don't view you in the same manner anymore, because you are not delivering your intended services as you have committed or promised to the people. And all of those then impact your financial sustainability, because you no longer look like now the SOE that really is required to deliver the services to our citizens on the ground. So it's a number of things, especially in SAPO, where despite having had a CEO, you had significant gaps over the past financial year. The CFO was only appointed sometime in March. So hopefully they'll bring stability in the years going forward. But for the year that we were reflecting on, a lot of skills and capacity, unable to attract professionals that want to associate themselves with an institution that is receiving disclaimer opinions. So it also is a plethora of things, including capabilities and skills, but predominantly, we are also not implementing some of the smaller things that could really assist us in at least changing the perception of how we do business out there. And that obviously then becomes a vicious circle. And then Honorable Mthembu's comments, I think we also would like to acknowledge and also continue commending the colleagues who have attained clean audits. It's important from a point of view to understand that even though the clean audit concept might not necessarily translate into service delivery, but you would have seen, even as Honorable Mthembu pointed out, those colleagues that have mastered the art of implementing sound financial management disciplines, they take the same culture, and if you can then replicate or inculcate that in the areas of service delivery, then already that helps, because at least you are able to account transparently for your financial affairs. So that shows that there is the right culture that could then spill over into other areas of your work. And that's exactly what we want to see, to say, if you are able to get a clean audit, and that's through good work and having implemented good governance processes, it means that you can replicate the same culture in all your other areas of work as well. And so we completely concur with her in terms of that. And therefore, from what the PC can do, we recommend that a practical step that the PC could consider is to say, we've given you recommendations, the Office of the AG has given you recommendations, even as a PC, we know what we should be tracking. But Honorable Chair, when they come in the report on the quarterly reporting processes, let them provide a specific feedback on the status of the implementation of the recommendations. Let them specifically give you put it as a standing agenda. Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds, but the committee did ask, what more can we do? And I'm trying to find practical ways of how I can assist the committee in terms of tracking this thing, so that you have the benefit of the power and the benefit of the timing, because they must come and they must report to Parliament. And you also, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, have an incredible benefit or advantage to you, and that is the fact that you have the public platform and you have the power of Parliament, in the sense that as a professional, I wouldn't want to come to Parliament and lie to Parliament and tell Parliament stories. So if you require me to come and report, I will make sure that those things that you want me to report, I will track it in the background and I will have evidence, so that I don't find myself telling things to Parliament that are not true or that I'm not sure of. And hence it means that the culture as management would also probably then improve. So they will rope in the structures that they have, like the internal audit function, the audit committees, to then assist them to provide assurance on those things that they would come and report to Parliament, because those are also key role players in terms of the assurance processes and the combined assurance, so that at least when they come and they report to the portfolio committee on a quarterly basis, you know the internal audit has looked at this thing. The audit committee has provided assurance. It's been workshopped with the executive authority, and everybody knows what is the true status of the recommendations, and that is on the public record. So once it comes to the end of the year, and then somebody says, but hold on, this recommendation was actually not implemented, then we have to really understand, say, but what have you been reporting across all these quarters when you came to Parliament and you were engaging us and telling us that you were making progress on the implementation of the recommendations? That's just a practical way in which I can advise that we can also deal with it rather than come and wait in the end and then all of us really look like, as part of the accountability ecosystem, we missed or might have missed something because the performance of the portfolios has not increased to the extent that we had hoped and wished for. Then I think I've also sort of tried to touch on the issues of the recommendations as was outlined and requested by Honorable Mazzoni. And I think if you look at the approach that I've just, the practical step that I've just also outlined, it'll also assist you then, because those people would have been coming and reporting, so you are in a better position to really identify who in this accountability ecosystem didn't do their role or play their part. So it'll also assist you with regard to your consequence management process and who to exactly hold accountable. But our long and short also is that Parliament can ask anybody to come to Parliament and report to them. So we must really make use of these mechanisms and systems and processes to us. As the Office of the AG, we did try and implement certain initiatives on the pressure points that were identified. Case in point would be on Postbank, where we identified there might be some challenges on the SASA payment of grants and the systems. So we tried to do a holistic systems review on those systems being utilized. And not just say you are disclaimed and we walk away. They were disclaimed last year and the year before, but we really tried to do an in-depth exercise. But we did find some specific challenges from management in terms of the availability of information in the systems for us to conclude that process. The importance of that is now we give you the findings, you can go and really look at where your pressure points are and implement. But if we don't have access to those systems and we can't do follow-up work on the information we gave you last year, it also then becomes a little bit more challenging. And then another case in point would be on the SABC, where we said, okay, your internal controls might be moving towards the right direction. But because we see your bailout, your funds are dwindling over the years. Last year, we did a very in-depth presentation to the board and to the leadership to say, we see that in the next 12 months, you could potentially have problems with the going concern principle. And unfortunately, that has now materialized. And those insights that we had provided, unfortunately, were not successfully dealt with through the implementation of initiatives to deal with it. And again, the management can come and give their side of the story in terms of why some of those initiatives were not successful. But all we can do is report on the fact that those initiatives were not successful, and ultimately we find ourselves where they have now negatively impacted on the audit outcomes. I'm going to ask Joyce to quickly just assist us with the details of that irregular expenditure in terms of whether it's old things that are carried forward or what is the true nature in terms of the detail of what went wrong in that space. Thank you. Through you, Honourable Chair. Joyce.
All right, thank you so much. So basically with the irregular expenditure, the one that we have reported in the slide that you see, we have basically included the movements, the movement for the year. And then the amount that you see in the slide relating to consequence management, it is the balance to date. So as correctly stated, that in some cases, some of the issues that have, or rather the feedback that we get from management is that they are unable to deal with the historical irregular expenditure, and purely based on the fact that in some cases, some of the information is no longer available for, some of the individuals are no longer paid. It's sitting currently at 9 billion, but also if you just look at the overall movement for the current year, it's almost close to 1 billion. So you can already just sort of see that even though you have 8 billion worth, let's just assume that from that total 9 billion, the 8 billion is a majority of it is part of what management provide feedback as historical issues that they can't deal with. But you still have the billion that was incurred in the current year that we still expect consequence management that should be deployed, and management must take some action on it. So the issues of stability is also one of the areas that we sort of note as areas of concern. The association and reputational risk is one of the areas that a lot of the professionals that end up leaving some of the state-owned entities will state as the reasons. So it's one of those that is also concerning, and just the general overall financial sustainabilities of the entity is also one of the areas of concern that are not necessarily assisting in moving the entities forward. But from our side, and the role that we play is that for, as you can see in the slide where we deal with the material irregularities, so the areas that we've raised there, we have been seeing some sort of improvement and movement, and this is also our best way of holding individuals accountable. So we haven't gotten to a stage where we have held somebody personally accountable, and this is purely because in some of the cases that we've identified, we would sometimes see some movement, or in some cases, like I mentioned, that in some of the cases, these things tend to take longer because we're not getting the responses and the cooperation that we are hoping for, and then two, in some cases, you find that the issues are still going through a court process, which then takes our own, it prolongs our own internal process. But I would say from an effectiveness of our own internal process, we are seeing movement, and we are seeing improvement on the areas that we raised. Thanks.
Thank you, AGSA, for the responses. I've already seen Mr. Secretary asking to be off the platform as we conclude. I think what's important, honourable members, that we do know where the challenges are, as pointed out by AGSA. We would have to follow on those. But I think the point you are also making as members to the AGSA is that there needs to be a close working relationship so that we can deal with some of the challenges in here and not wait right at the end of the financial year. This would also at least give comfort that there can be an early warning system in place, that probably half yearly we should be knowing whether action plans that have been submitted have the necessary resources and capacity to implement them, so that action plans are not made for the sake of making them, but that they are implementable. And at least we should know that long before the end of the year, so that interventions could still be made in that regard. I think because of time, this other question could then be answered as the departments and entities would be presenting, because I think the expectation will be that as they present in context, and that context is that we are dealing with the 2022-2023 when we are almost 5 months before the end of another financial year, which then gave an opportunity to implement those action plans. And we should, at least by now, be knowing whether there's a turnaround in that regard. I think that would then come in the responses that we will get when department and entities would be presenting, so as to also give that assurance that the matters are not just ignored as demonstrated in the report, that even issuance of material irregularity would not be responded to by an entity, and there's no consequence in that regard. So thanks for coming on board, and the commitment you've made that you'll be readily available whenever the committee would need you to come before it to assist strengthening the oversight work of the committee. We thank you, and of course would allow you to leave the platform where you would want to leave to assist elsewhere as we proceed with our agenda. Committee support, I take it that we'll now move to the GCIS and the MDDA, which is item 3 and 4. We said we'll try and get those presentations at a go, which means the political overview will then cover both, and then we get the actual presentations. We'll allocate 40 minutes for this, starting now at 22. So we'll give the Deputy Minister the opportunity to make brief overview, and then allow GCIS and MDDA to present. The AG report has already given us a sense, honorable members. It was 2 pages. So it means it's a bit manageable. 40 minutes, including the overview, should be fine in that score. That's maximum. If you do it earlier than that, all the best. Deputy Minister Mutau, we welcome you, and we are recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Ministers present, Chair of the portfolio, not Chair, my apology, Chair of the MDDA board, Acting DG, GCIS, and Acting CEO, MDDA. Chair, I'm pleased to stand before the Portfolio Committee today to present a 2022-2023 annual report of the GCIS and MDDA. There are entities that falls under this portfolio. I'm truly proud to announce to you all that the GCIS has returned to its clean audit status as assigned by the Auditor-General of South Africa for the year under review. Throughout this financial year, no branch within the GCIS recorded a performance rating of less than 95%, a first in 3 years. The acting DG is ready to take the House into confidence about the distinct performance and illustrate in extent detail how state of communications has improved in all aspects. Through the tried and tested medium of radio, for instance, we have reached over 37 million listeners within programming related to opportunities and information from government, enabling access to even the most remote areas of our country. Our Vuk'uzenzele newspaper has continued to educate and inform readers as the stories they contain relate to everyday needs. And interest of South Africans from all walks of life. Through our development communication programs, we implemented nearly 2,000 activities on themes ranging from youth employment opportunities to ensure safer communities through the fight against crime, to fight the discourage of GBVF, to celebrate our heritage and advancing social cohesion. While the chairperson and the acting CEO will also elaborate in more detail 2022-2023 for MDDA, it was a tough year for MDDA, but the organization has demonstrated resilience in charting a new path, amongst others, the high turnover of staff at the agency impacted the state of internal controls regrettably in this year, culminating a qualified opinion and the performance rate of 73%. It is therefore indeed my pleasure to present this team to you, Chairperson. For elaboration and more detail, I would also like to conclude by saying I want to thank the Portfolio Committee for their counseling guidance they always provide to both of these entities. It is a large factor in ensuring we continue to strive for the highest standard and excellence in government communications. With those few words, Chair, may I request the permission to hand over to the acting DG GCIS and the acting CEO MDDA. Thanks, Chairperson.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, ministers in the platform and deputy ministers, the honorable members and the colleagues, good morning. I would like to first introduce myself. I'm Nomonde Mnugwa, the acting DG of GCIS, and with me I have the DDGs responsible for the 3 programs of GCIS and also the CFO. Chairperson, I'm not too sure if my camera is working properly. For some reason, okay. I just wanted to show my face, Chairperson, and then request to switch it off so that I can preserve the bandwidth. Chairperson, I'm just going to run through the presentation. I think it is. The purpose of the presentation today is to provide the audited performance on the implementation of the GCIS 2022-2023 annual performance plan, and also the expenditure is appropriated by Parliament to GCIS, and how the two have managed to assist GCIS to execute its mandate. And in 2022-2023 financial year, the GCIS redoubled its efforts to foster social cohesion and nation building by focusing on the strong sense that South Africa truly belongs to all who live in it, in line with the new GCIS vision that says empowering South Africans through communication excellence. The department also focused on strengthening direct interaction between government and the public by coordinating and driving the community outreach program commonly known as Izimbizo program that is being led by the President. And during the reporting period, the GCIS initiated priority communication campaigns. Cabinet in October 2022 approved 7 key cross-cutting communication campaigns. And based on the ability and the resources that we had as GCIS, from those 7 campaigns, we prioritized 4 campaigns, and the other 3 were going to be driven by the respective departments that were going to lead and resource them. And such campaigns are Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, the anti-corruption and protection against the coronavirus disease 2019 pandemic. And communication was adversely affected by the national state of disaster, which necessitated most of the work that we were doing as GCIS to be done virtually, but also in terms of the shrinking resources as well, and the issues in the environment. We also had to ensure that the issues around Ukraine and Russia, which resulted in global insecurity and economic uncertainty, they are communicated in the country, but also we take care of the limited resources that we have as we saw the cost escalating. The challenges of load shedding, increased crime and corruption, grey listing of the South African government, and unemployment called for enhanced communication and intense use of various communication platforms. Sharing the performance trends over the past 3 years, in 2020-2021, GCIS achieved 89% performance, with 11% not achieved of the set targets. In 2021-2022, the status quo remained. We did not achieve 11% of the set targets, and we achieved 89%. In the year under review, we achieved 97% of the set targets, and we did not achieve the 3%. And the overview of the achievements for Program 1, we managed to revise our strategic plan, which resulted in the enhancement of outcome statements that expanded on what the GCIS intended to do in executing the outcomes versus the previous strategic plan that included more activities than the required impact. The internal controls as well were enhanced to recruit and retain a suitable, qualified, capable, and skilled workforce, and to maintain the vacancy rate below 10%. And also we managed, when it comes to employment of persons with disabilities, to achieve a 3% against the target that we set for ourselves of 2%. We also had women representation at SMS level at 56% in the year under review. And in terms of the information and communication technology governance, we maintained our systems despite the financial challenges that we had as a department. And we had a strong oversight from the audit committee with regards to our work when it comes to ICT infrastructure. By the end of the financial year, we had managed as GCIS to pay 6,561 invoices within 30 days, worth or to the amount of 585 million, resulting in a payment rate of 99.1% against the 100% that is stipulated that we have to comply with. And in Program 1, we had two targets, and both targets we achieved. We had to maintain the vacancy rate below 10%, and at the end of the financial year, our vacancy rate was 9.89%. We also had to monitor our infrastructure availability so that we ensure business continuity, and thereby we had targeted that we will submit the governance reports that show how our infrastructure availability has been to the audit committee. And we achieved that target. When it comes to Program 2, which is the content processing and dissemination, we undertook a research on the public perception of the nation, and that research normally advises or guides how communication should be for the whole government. And we were able to undertake that research, and it's a research that is continuous, that we do it annually. And in terms of our radio services, we were able to utilize or to maximize utilization of our radio services so as to reach a majority of the citizens, because we have realized that the listenership in radio is much more higher than the viewership in TV. And as such, we produced 892 radio products and hosted 351 local community radio activations, reaching over 37.2 million listeners. And in our language services, we managed to translate the government messages into all 11 official languages. And as such, every time there is an issue or there is a theme, government normally issues government messages, and we're able to ensure that all official languages are accommodated when it comes to the translation. In terms of the South African News Agency, we advance our effort to keep citizens informed daily, and thereby we published 3,052 stories online on key programs and activities of government, while managers in the public sector were kept abreast of pressing public sector topics through the Public Sector magazine, which published 11 online editions during the year under review. We also were able to ensure that we reach over 50.9 page views on information that is shared on the government website. And we achieved 111.8 million screens through the social media platforms during the year under review. Our flagship government newspaper, which is Vukuzenzele, it continued to be printed, and it reached far-flung areas of our community with 11.2 million copies that were distributed in the financial year under review. And we also published 23 online editions and 23 Braille editions. Over the past financial year, 39.8 million in savings were realized over the 297 media buying campaigns that we undertook as GCIS for 35 clients. We always do bulk media buying as GCIS, and from the monies that the departments give to us as GCIS, we managed to realize savings of about 39.8 million. The department has been providing support to the executive authority, and I would say his, because at the time it was Minister Kungubele who was presiding over GCIS. So we managed to produce 8 reports that were providing the operations and the oversight over Brand South Africa and MDDA. And we continued our media monitoring role, which included an early morning media headline sessions that get to be produced by GCIS for all government departments and the principals on what is in the environment on a particular day. We also would then follow up with meetings of government communicators on a daily basis during weekdays. We also, in terms of implementation of the Government Communication Excellence tool, coupled with some communication methods, ensured that government messages resonate within South Africans. And in terms of the projected targets for the financial year under review, on the Vukuzenzele hard copies, we had targeted to do 10.2 million copies, and we achieved 11.2 million copies. And the 1 million copies that were overachieved were based on the fact that we had to print additional copies for the SONA, but also the copies for April were printed in March. On the online editions, we targeted to produce 22 online editions, and we ended up producing 23 online editions. And the overachievement was based on the fact that the edition for April was printed in March, and the online editions of the public sector magazine, we achieved the target as scheduled. And the online edition of the 2021-2022 South African Yearbook was published as targeted, and the official guide to South Africa yearbook as well. The online was also published as targeted. On the language services requests completed for the whole government, we had about 1,380 requests, and we achieved all of them. They were all produced on time. And the stories on the government programs and activities published on the SA News, we had targeted 2,800 and we achieved 3,052. And it's mostly based on the fact that sometimes there are issues in the environment that we have to respond to and provide accurate and on-time communication or information to the citizens. And on the 80 million screens reached on GCIS managed social media platforms, we overachieved by 31.8 million screens. And also it is based on what is in the environment, and therefore we have to enhance our communication and ensure that we provide wide information to the citizens. Then on the 48 million page views that were targeted on the government website, we overachieved by 2.9 million. It's also on the same that when there are serious issues in the environment, we therefore enhance our communication. And the number of cluster reports on perceptions of government priorities produced, we targeted 10 reports and we achieved 10 reports. And the monitoring of the implementation and evaluation of the GSAID reports for government, we targeted 4 reports and we achieved 4 reports. We also achieved all the key messages that were requested from GCIS during working days. We received a request of 92 key messages and we produced all 92 messages. And the opinion pieces that were requested from GCIS so that our writers can produce some opinion pieces, we received 35 requests and we achieved all 35. And we had targeted to implement 50% of approved media buying campaigns for the financial year, and we achieved 86%. We had 400 national events and government programs that were targeted particularly in support of the presidency. And we achieved 438, and the overachievement by 138 was based on the fact that there was a lifting of the state of disaster, and therefore the president traveled more than anticipated, but also with the enhancement of Izimbizo, then there was increase in terms of the support to the president. On the same, in terms of the 300 national events, government programs that we had to support and provide 300 video services, we overachieved by 138. It is based on the lifting of the state of disaster and the increase in terms of the events that the president ended up having. We also targeted to undertake 500 radio products and services. We overachieved by 392 based on the issues of the environment that necessitated us to enhance the communication. We also had to do 600 graphic designs during the year under review, which is more posted on the social media platforms. And we overachieved by 119 based on the issues that were in the environment, and thereby we were on the idea that we need to increase communication and information to the citizens. The marketing services that we implemented for the year under review, we targeted 317 and we achieved all of them. And the print products produced by GCIS, which is the 12 editions of Vukuzenzele newspaper and the GCIS annual report, we targeted 13 and we achieved 14. And the performance review and compliance monitoring reports submitted to the minister, this is based on the performance of the entities on the quarterly basis. We targeted 8 and we achieved all 8. We also targeted to ensure that the marketing, advertising and communication sector code is reviewed, is updated and approved by the minister. The challenges that we had at the beginning of the financial year was that there were requirements to do intensive consultations within the sector so that the committee is appointed, and that led to the milestones that were projected later on in the year also to be affected by us not meeting those timelines. However, the reviewed document was submitted to the minister by the 31st of March. On program 3, which is more on provincial and district operations of the GCIS, we were at the forefront as a department in preparations and in support and creating an enabling environment for Izimbizos in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, in Northern Cape and Free State. And our efforts reinvigorated communities towards cooperation, collaboration, and building of partnerships to improve the lives of the people. And as a department, we managed during the year under review to review the National Communication Strategic Framework that was approved by Cabinet in 2018, and it was tabled to Cabinet and approved in October 2022. This is the guideline that provides how communication should be in all spheres of government. And our provincial offices undertook 1,938 development communication projects aligned to the National Communication Strategic Framework. And basically, we look at the diversity in South Africa, and therefore, we ensure that the citizens who are not really on digital platforms, but also who are not viewing TVs most of the time, we do reach them in terms of the face-to-face engagements, and they get equal treatment and receive the information from government. We also, during the period under review, marketed the Tusong Services Center because we wanted people to know that they can get government services closer to them, thereby saving the cost and the time. And in terms of the targeted implementation of programs of Program 3, we had targeted to have 24 engagements between government officials and senior journalists and on government, basically whereby we are able to address them and give them information based on the National Annual Strategic Plan. And from those 24 engagements that were planned, we achieved 30 engagements, and we overachieved by 6. And some of the overachievements are mostly based on the issues and on the environment, whereby we need then to engage with the editors and journalists. We had targeted to undertake 17 post-cabinet media briefings during the period under review, and we achieved that. We also targeted to undertake all the media briefings from the requests that we received from government departments, and we received 60 requests, and all 60 requests were implemented. We also had planned to have 2 engagements with the head of communications of government across all spheres of government. And we had those engagements, and they are critical to ensure communication coherence, but also to share information and to network amongst the heads of communication so that we are able to work properly. We also plan to have 10 internal communicators forum, and we had 11, and those forums are more focusing on the communication that we do for the public service. And the additional one that we had was based on the issues in the environment. And we also planned to undertake 4 campaigns implemented aligned to the MTSF and SONA priorities. And all those 4 campaigns were undertaken. I think I reflected on them: the ERRP, the anti-corruption, the COVID-19 mitigation plans and protection and information, and the last one, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We also plan to undertake 20 communication training opportunities across the communication system, meaning which for all spheres of government. And we overachieved by 28 based on the requests that we then got after undertaking the ones that we planned as a department. We also plan to undertake projects aligned to the National Communication Strategic Framework on development communication, whereby we empower the citizens on key policies that exist in government. And we achieved 1,938 projects that we undertook. We also wanted to engage the stakeholders and the communities, and thereby we planned to have 1,140 engagements, and we achieved 1,605. We are also producing a newsletter that we call it My District Today, that covers issues that are taking place in each district. We targeted 47 and we achieved 47. We also planned to undertake 4 reports in support of the functioning of the DDM, and we achieved that. And in terms of the budget, as a department, we had an allocation of 729.6 million, and we spent 723.9 million, which is 99.2%. And in terms of the breakdown of the budget that we were allocated, the compensation of employees budget expenditure was 286.5 million. Goods and services was 175.4 million. The household, which is more leave gratuities, was 1.38 million. And the transfers and subsidies to the entities, including the money that we pay to SABC for TV licenses, it was 254.9 million, with 218.1 million going to Brand SA, 36.8 million going to MDDA, and 40,000 going to SABC for licenses. The capital assets, we spent 5.5 million, and the financial assets, whereby we had to write off amounts that were due to thefts and losses, we spent 83,000. And looking at our performance, financial and non-financial, we achieved 97% non-financial performance with 99.2% financial performance. And in the year under review, we then retained or regained our status of having a clean audit. And this was also based on the diligence that we put in place in implementing the action plans that we developed after the audit by the AGSA, but also the inputs that we got from the committee as we were presenting our annual report at the time. And in terms of the AGSA action plan for this current financial year, because as much as we have attained the clean audit, the AG audited thoroughly, and there were some issues that were raised. The first issue was the misstatements on the financial statements, which were corrected, and therefore our financial statements were audited and found to be correct after the correction of the misstatements. They also did what they call an advisory audit of the APP of 2023-2024, which is what we are implementing. And they raised some comments on the components of the APP, and most of them were more about the smartness of our indicators. And therefore, we revised the APP and submitted it to Parliament on the 17th of August as an errata, because it was not changing materially, but it was how we crafted some indicators and outcomes. Then on procurement and contract management, there was one SLA that was not completely or that was partially signed, and we had to ensure that it is properly signed off. And also they picked up that not all of our deviation reports are submitted to National Treasury within 14 days. And thereby we have now ensured that we have a system in place whereby every week we submit to National Treasury the deviations of that particular week. So whether there are deviations or not, but weekly we check and ensure that we submit so that it doesn't become a finding again. And on BBBE compliance, we initially were not finding each other with AGSA because we were submitting our BBBE compliance after tabling the annual report in Parliament. However, they had advised that we need to table after the signature of the accounting officer, not after tabling in Parliament. And therefore, we have corrected moving forward this financial year, and we have submitted accordingly. And also, we are reviewing our technical system, our IT system, whereby it will be assisting us in terms of generating electronic reports on BBBE. And in conclusion, as GCIS, we strive to ensure that we provide access to on-time, accurate information as prescribed by the Constitution to all citizens domestically also, particularly, but also we communicate internationally. And whilst the challenges remain to ensure that we make impact in terms of providing our services, the shrinking budgets are not doing us any favor, and the threats of the economic challenges, especially given the inequality that persists in our country. We therefore, guided by the current minister, are coordinating a government-wide communication plan which will enable us as government to maximize the government-wide available resources and ensure coherent messages and increase the reach of messaging. The implementation of such a plan will be monitored on a monthly basis and is also part of the minister's performance agreement. We will continue to undertake research on public perception and the public mood of the country so that we are able to guide communication and implement necessary interventions whenever it is required. And lastly, on the APP of 2023-2024, we have taken out majority of the targets that were activities so that we are able to measure the impact and also to ensure that we are able to look back and see the difference that our communication has made as we continue to communicate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
GCIS, we are almost 6 minutes to the 40 minutes as MDDA takes over.
Chairperson, thanks so much. I'm going to ask, so that we don't waste too much time, ask the CEO to, the acting CEO to immediately start with the presentation for MDDA. I will come at the end of that presentation to conclude and take the questions. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister and the Minister of DCDT, colleagues from the GCIS, and colleagues from other government departments and the state entities. I've just switched on my camera so that you see who I am, but I will be switching it off for the duration of the presentation. Thank you very much. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Not yet. Okay. Yes, we can see.
All right. At a glance, for the 23-24 financial year, the agency had 44 approved posts, of which 37 of those were filled. This translated to a vacancy rate of 16% for the duration of the 22-23 financial year. The structure of the agency is that we are split into 5 programs that cover governance and administration, grant and seed funding, partnerships, public awareness and advocacy, capacity building and sector development, and Program 5 is focused on innovation, research and development. The organizational context under which we are reporting: in May to July of 2022, we issued our grant funding application for the year in question. And in that period, we received 266 applications. Of these, 84 were coming from community broadcast projects and 182 were coming from community print and online digital media projects. In the same period, we participated in reviewing our founding legislation, a process which is being led by our shareholder, the GCIS, on the amendments to the MDDA Act. The board also approved the final report of the Community and Small Commercial Media Sustainability Research Model. And in the past financial year, we traversed this country unveiling over 15 state-of-the-art studios in community radio stations. The impact of this grant and allocation of funding towards state-of-the-art studios improves access to information through enhanced reporting and broadcasting. But as has previously said, the year was a difficult one for the agency, characterized by a high staff turnover, especially in finance, which led to an overall decline in the effectiveness of our internal controls, as highlighted by the Auditor-General. The agency was also besieged with a high frequency of negative media reports, which dented our reputation and overall stakeholder relations. The dismissal of the CEO in January 2023 was also finalized after a lengthy labor dispute. And as such, we had a high number of acting appointments, which affected stability and staff morale. For the 2022-23 financial year, we were issued with a qualified audit opinion with an overall performance against predetermined objectives of 79%, which is a decline from the previous year's performance of 95%. I will then focus on the indicators that were not achieved. Of the 4 indicators that were not achieved in the reporting period, 2 of those fell in the finance unit and are directly related to my earlier comment around the state of internal controls and the high turnover rate within finance. We were unable to achieve the 100% payment of invoices within 30 days, and neither were we able to curb the percentage of fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred. Under Program 2, the target that was not achieved related to the number of annual evaluation reports that were generated on funded projects. The indicator was missed. And under Program 4, the indicator that was not achieved related to a culture of reading initiatives measured through the number of reading initiatives held, where only 1 instead of 2 initiatives were held for the year. Overall statements on performance is that 2 of the indicators that were not achieved are in finance and speak directly to the state of internal controls as assessed for the period. The missed indicator on an evaluation report impacts the information available to inform decision-making on project location and the overall impact of the agency. Despite the 79% overall outcome, the agency did overachieve on those targets that were related to the number of broadcast and print projects funded. For broadcast, the target was 20 and 23 projects were funded. And for print, the target was 6, but 10 projects were funded. This increase in funded projects demonstrates commitment by the board to use any additional income towards the agency's core mandate of supporting the community media sector. Furthermore, more projects funded speaks to greater support to the sector in response to the needs on the ground. But notwithstanding this higher number of projects funded, the state of the budget of the MDDA erodes its impact as the 33 projects that were funded in the 22-23 financial year only translate to a 13% response rate against those applications that were received, the 266 that I referred to earlier. On governance matters, as at the 31st of March 2023, the board consisted of 7 members, led by Professor Matebula. I will skip this slide. We've also shared with the committee a list of all the projects that were funded for the 2022-23 financial year, their location in terms of province, as well as a breakdown of what exactly they were funded for in that period. The sources of funding, I will ask the CFO to address the next slide, and then Professor Matebula will provide the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Ms. SITA. All protocol observed. I'll now switch off my video camera. Thank you. In the period under review, our funding was 58% from the broadcast funded. The 8% was from the government grant. The government grant includes the allocation that we get from GCIS and the Economic Development Fund for that we are implementing on behalf of the Competition Commission. And then 4% comes from a government grant. Comes from interest from the bank. We received a total of 124 million in the period under review. 65 million of that comes from broadcast income, and 56 million comes from the allocation. The majority of the budget from the allocation was 19 million for the EDF, as I've indicated, hence the increase in that financial year. This is not cash in the bank, it's just an accounting a recognition of income as and when we disburse funds to grant beneficiaries. In terms of expenditure for the period under review, we spent a total of 152 million. This is over the budget of 138 million that we had anticipated. The main reason for the variance is because of a prior year grant expenditure that we overspent by 11 million. This is due to a prior year grant contracts that have been concluded. Hence, we overspent the budget by 12 million. The main reason for that is because of the timing difference of the financial year and when we do the contracting for grant beneficiaries. In terms of revenue collection, we over collected by 934,000, and that is mainly due to the grant beneficiaries for EDF. As I've indicated, that we do the recognition of the revenue as and when we pay beneficiaries for their grants. So that resulted in not over collection, under collection. So that resulted in that under collection for EDF. However, that was offset by the over collection on the broadcast funders, where we get an additional 2 million, and then also an additional 1 million from the rise in the interest rate that resulted in us having a higher interest rate. There was no expenditure on capital assets, so we didn't spend the allocation that we had on capital assets. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, and thanks so much for affording us this opportunity. I do need to indicate that the organization remains committed to the fulfillment of its mandate. We acknowledge the fact that 2022-23 was a challenging year for the agency, but we as well want to acknowledge the fact that the staff have been very resilient, and that has resulted in the overall fair performance that we're recording. We continue to strive to improve in the number of projects, in that we build strong partnership, we have built a better stakeholder management, the advocacy for tier sector, and we demonstrate the impact of the work we do. And this you can see with the number of projects that we have funded, which is over and above what we had actually targeted to do. I must indicate, Chairperson, that in respect of the Auditor-General's opinion, we have been able to put up in place a mechanism to resolve the issues that has been flagged. And as we sit today, 11 out of the issues that have been flagged are now sitting in green. And we're sitting with few number that we believe that by the end of the current financial year, we will have been able to resolve all those issues. That includes the fact that we have been able to stabilize the finance area, which has been the biggest problem of our area, in that we have appointed the permanent CFO. In September, we have been joined by a permanent finance manager, and we'll continue to strengthen that specific area so that we do not have repeat of the lack of control that we have experienced in 2022-2023. We have as well had the issue around the CEO, in that we have run the first round of interviews where we didn't find anybody employable in that regard. The next interviews are going to be on the 16th of October, which is next Monday. And we believe that hopefully we can get a suitable candidate in that regard. And before the end or before the start of the next year, we can have a permanent CEO in place. The board has as well been very depleted as we're sitting with about 5 members of the board, which is very tricky from a quorum perspective. And we appreciate that the committee has conducted interviews, and hopefully in due course, we will be advised of the new members so that the board can be fully constituted and committees of the board can operate optimally. A new Audit and Risk Committee will be appointed effective April 2024 because the current one's term is running to an end, and the advert for that will be issued in due course. Chairperson, we will take questions to clarify as members will wish us to clarify. Thanks so much.
To GCIS and MDDA, I now want to look at members who would want to engage the presentation. I see Honorable Mazone. Hand is up. If I do not see...
Chairperson, please note me.
Honorable Bojani. I'll take those in the meantime. The committee support to help me.
Sorry, Chairperson, and also me, that's Gumbo.
Honorable Gumbo would then follow. But to maximize the time, let me allow Honorable Mazwane to proceed. Please proceed, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be very quick. I know time constraints are holding us back. I just have one question for GCIS. In your approach going forward, because I haven't really seen much of it in the annual report, can we expect in the next annual report an exclusive breakdown of how government information included all parties that will be participating in the 2024 election will have space or will be allowed to communicate with GCIS's assistance to the public in terms of the local newspapers and the sites that you showed us that had quite a large number of views and sites seen by the people of South Africa. I'm assuming that you have a plan in place to ensure that multi-party democracy is protected. So that's to GCIS. And then to the MDDA, I do find it quite concerning that we still remain without a CEO. And I'm wondering if you'll share with us exactly why the first lot of candidate interviews fell short of what you were looking for. What is the specific something that no one seemed to have that's required you to have a second round of interviews? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mazone. Honorable Bojani would then be followed by Honorable Kumbu.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, thank you so much for the opportunity. And Chairperson, I think the biggest issue for me is the issue of the absence of a permanent Director General at the GCIS. And it would be a great help for us to understand if that has been advertised, if there has been any interviews, so that we at least know. Because the reality is that, as we saw even this morning with the report by the Auditor-General of South Africa, the absence of permanent leadership leads to so many things going wrong. So where are we in the process of filling the position of Director General at the GCIS? Equally at the MDDA, I think Honorable Mazone has covered me, because the question was, what are we looking for that you would then need to have a second round? And I'm not sure whether it's a re-advertisement or what the process is. What are we looking for that we could not find in men and women in South Africa that then prolongs the process of appointing a permanent CEO? Because as the board chairperson rightfully says, the absence of a CEO has led to all the matters that are being raised as adverse in their reports and the staff morale. And we are all aware about how things have been reported in the media about the MDDA. So just to stabilize the ship, we do welcome that there has been an appointment of a CEO. But my question would then be, with the report from the MDDA saying that there was a lot of resignations in the finance department, why? And without trying to be a prophet of doom, I would like to also ask if those persons that have left the employer of MDDA, were any of them facing charges in any way? Why, if the chairperson could just share with us the reasons cited from maybe in their exit interviews, if they left in such a situation. Chairperson, the role of MDDA is quite an important one, especially in the phase where there is a need for people to be communicated to in their local languages, receive their local news. And the instability of MDDA will be felt by its beneficiaries. And its beneficiaries will end up with issues such as not being able to pay for the Sentech fees. I would have appreciated for the presentation by the MDDA to have somewhat touched on the Sentech piece, and I'm not sure how far they can go in terms of expanding on that position, because we heard that it is going up uncontrollably. So if there is anything that the MDDA can give us information on the Sentech fees, I would really appreciate it.
Chairperson?
Honorable Gumbo, I said you follow.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Bodlani did cover me, because my question was on the vacancy of the acting position of the DG of the GCIS. Otherwise, Chair, let me commend GCIS for the good work that they're continuing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mlala, I see your hand. You can proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. And thanks for the GCIS for at least achieving a clean audit, going back to where we know GCIS. There's just a few things that I want to raise. One is around progress made in relation to the engagement with Treasury on the additional funding for MDDA, whether that is still on or not. The second issue is the issue that is raised around the public perception reports, that there should be there's a possible increase in terms of the community media, and that relates to the engagement that they have with National Treasury. Will they sustain the current radio station with the budget they have now? And the last question will be on the impact that we made in relation to the distribution of Vukus and Zele, and supporting local media. How is that reflected in your public perception report? If that could be clarified. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mlala. I take it that there are no further questions. I'll then allow GCIS and MDDA to respond.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In terms of the question from Honorable Mazon on the breakdown on political party and communication experts, as GCIS, when it comes to election, we only undertake the element that deals with citizen awareness, like the collection of the IDs, the extended operating hours of Home Affairs, the constitutional rights of the citizens. We don't cover and do any work that relates to the political party matters. I'm not sure whether IEC would then be covering that, but as GCIS, we don't get involved in that. And then on the issue of the progress made on the engagements with National Treasury, we started on a good note with National Treasury, whereby we were presenting our funding needs for GCIS and its two entities. However, after we had done and we were having much hopes, I think when National Treasury looked at the economic outlook, it was worse than anticipated. And therefore, as GCIS and its entities, we are negatively affected. National Treasury will be cutting from our budget 8 million for next financial year, so will be 8 million less, but more so on GCIS because they were supposed to have given us 16 million for the cost of living adjustments for employees in the department. And they're no longer gonna be giving us that 16 million as well. And then in terms of the public perception report, both on the community media and the Vukuzenzele, I will request acting DG Tasnim Karim, who's acting on behalf of Rehomo, who is off sick, to assist with that. And then in terms of the appointment of the DG, Deputy Minister will assist with that. Is above my pay grade. Thank you, Chair. Taz?
Good morning, Chairperson. This is Tasneem Karim, standing in for Rehomo Vimbela. Can I proceed?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question, honorable members. The questions, I think the one will be partly covered by the GCIS and partly covered by the MDDA, and that's with regard to supporting community radio. And the other one on Vukuzenzele, which is the one I'm going to start with, the question was relating to what does our survey, or what does our public perception survey say about Vukuzenzele, and in particular in relation to supporting community media. So I think the first thing to say is that Vukuzenzele is not, the studies that we've done are not necessarily linked in terms of Vukuzenzele and its relation to community media, and specifically community print. What the Vukuzenzele is the government newspaper. We have been approached by community print in the past to request to us that what we should do is we should, rather than printing and distributing ourselves, we should rather take the Vukuzenzele and insert it into community print newspapers, which is not a bad idea. But the problem for us is that we don't have community print existing in all districts of the country. There are some areas where there are strong community print mediums, and in some areas there's none. And so that's the one inconsistency that we found. And the other inconsistency that we found is that unlike the radio sector, community print often does get into cash flow problems. And it does happen that a publication will print in 1 month, and then will not print for the next 2 months. So the government cannot afford for that to happen. So what we do is we print 2 editions a month of Vuk'uzenzele, plus we have an online edition, and we have social media support. And we are slowly moving towards more of an online version, with, of course, data costs, being in alignment. So, as long as data costs remain high or the Vuk'uzenzele is not 0 rated, we cannot just stop with the print edition, but we are moving in that direction. As we stand right now, we do print 850,000 copies twice a month, and we try to make the distribution as much or as close as possible to areas which are deprived of news mediums. So areas that don't have good signal for radio, TV, or areas that don't get newspapers distributed to them. So we try as much as possible so that every South African is reached with news about government. To that extent, we have done research on the Vuk'uzenzele, and what we have found, what our findings are, is that it is a very popular newspaper for those that receive it. They find that the information is very useful. The content is told from the perspective of the reader rather than from the perspective of government. So it's about how ordinary people benefit from using government programs for them to improve their lives. And that's the main thrust of the stories. Our research also shows that people are reluctant to share Vuk'uzenzele. They rather want to save the copies and file them for when at a later stage they may need to use the contact details we provide in the Vuk'uzenzele. So it does provide a very important service. And we do subscribe to the ABC, which is a measure of the distribution, and we get an ABC certificate every year that tells us what our distribution is. So to that end, cannot be regarded as a community print, and neither can it be regarded as mainstream. We look at it as government media, and we think that it's still, even though ideally we would like for government to be able to fund the Vuk'uzenzele so that every citizen should be able to access its information. That's the ideal where we want to get to. Right now, where we are sitting is that we prioritize the citizens who struggle to get access to media. And for that, we only can print 850,000 copies twice a month. I hope that answers the question on the Vuk'uzenzele. And then on the other question around support to community media, the GCIS doesn't have budget to support community media directly. The way in which we support community radio in particular and TV is on 2 fronts. One, we provide them with content which is free. That content is available in a twice-a-day news broadcast, which we record for them and we send to them with a link, which is quite easy to download, and it's for free. And it provides them with a national news broadcast that they can use, or they can also tear apart for different snippets. And hopefully, as we move towards more electronic communication on all of the stories that we capture, we will also be able to provide them with more and more quotes electronically captured than we have done before. So the first way is that we provide them with a daily news bulletin twice a day. And the second way that we support them is we are able to broadcast a show directly with any number of community radio that is compliant in terms of the law. So, if they've registered on the CSD, the Treasury CSD, and if they are tax compliant, then we are able to pay them for the value of a singular broadcast, which goes to all community radio stations at once, done from within the GCIS studios. When we had more funding, we were able to we were able to devise a program called Talk to Your Minister, where we used to have a minister coming in every Thursday at 6 o'clock, and people had become accustomed to it. And what had happened was, the minister would talk via this medium and through GCIS to all community radio, and anyone could call in from any part of the country and ask a question of the minister. But the way we do it is that departments pay for that broadcast, and we facilitate the process. We don't deal directly with supporting community media, but we facilitate the process. We provide the studio, we provide the interviewer, and we provide the advertising. And we still have that facility available, and I think it would be worthwhile for more and more departments and government institutions to invest in this medium, because it does actually reach many, many more people than if we were on a commercial platform. I hope I've answered the questions adequately, Chairperson, but I am available if there are any more. Thank you.
Chairperson, let me attempt to answer the questions relating to MDDA.
Yes.
Honorable Mazzoni, what is, and Honorable Bodlani, what is it that we are looking for in MDDA that the South African men and women do not have? We actually thought we had found a CEO in the first round. So the situation is such that we have established a committee of the board that went to interview people. That committee of the board needed to then, as per policy, select 2 top candidates. In this regard, we had one candidate that was number 1 candidate as per the preference of the committee of the board, and a second candidate. The policy requires that the 2 candidates must then be subjected to a competency assessment that is being done by external body, not the board. The board be sent back to the board. When that came back to the board, the 2 candidates, the first one that was identified as a top candidate was not recommended. The second one was recommended with reservation. We took that committee took that report to the board. The board then had to deliberate only on the one candidate that was recommended with reservation to check whether that candidate can then be employed. Unfortunately, the areas that were flagged were the areas that are very key in the running of the organization. Then the board decided, with the current state of the organization where we are, it will be very difficult and irresponsible of the board to appoint a person that is recommended with reservations and the areas of weaknesses that have been identified. Then the board decided we must rerun the process from scratch, which is advertising internally, advertising externally, which is what we have now done. And the next round of interviews are on the 16th of October. In the current list that we have, we think we are spoiled for choice. But then again, I have to emphasize that it's really not within our control. It really depends on what the candidate are going to, how the candidates are going to perform in the interview, and how they are going to perform in the competency test that they are going to have to undergo in that regard. Honorable Bodlani, on the issue of finance resignation, unfortunately, the resignations contrived in in the most difficult period, in that the resignations happened at the time that the AG were starting with an audit with us, and that made it very difficult. The people that were standing in, they didn't know what is where, and we ended up in the situation that we're in. Is there anyone that has been charged in this regard? As I sit here, no. And as you will know, resignations are an individual act, and the people have decided they are going to take a role somewhere else, and they decided to leave because their next employers wanted them as quickly as they could potentially be able to start the other side, and we were in a disadvantage. Fortunately, we've been able to appoint a new CFO. We've been able to appoint a new finance manager. That situation is stabilizing. I have asked the CEO to assure me that the capacity in that space is sufficient to ensure that the problems that we have experienced are not repeated for the next cycle of audit. Honorable Bodlani, if you start me up on this issue around Sentech, last time we appeared in this committee, I made a plea that not only the fact that we have an election coming up, which with the current closing of the radio stations may impact or deprive a significant portion of our population. And I pleaded that we potentially should see to some moratorium around the switch-offs that relates to the Sentech fees. I must state quite clearly, the MDDA doesn't have the money to pay for these Sentech fees. And we have escalated this matter to the two ministers. The issue is now beyond really our competency to resolve other than the engagement that are going to happen. So the two ministers will deal with the issue, and Parliament will have to resolve how best this matter get to be resolved. But I must indicate that the impact that is held by the closure of the station significantly counterbalance the good work that the MDDA actually does. So we really feel very pained every time we open the station, knowing that one that we have opened 6 months ago is about to be closed. It really looks like we're like chickens just cycling on the same sand backwards. On the community print, you would have seen that we have said that we have we had targeted about 6 projects. We funded about 10, which means that we have had to go and get money creatively somewhere to fund that. Given, unlike the broadcast side, which funds the community radio stations, the community print, the money is just not there. And I must say, Honorable Chair, ministers, and colleagues on the platform, the 38 million that we get from GCIS just simply doesn't cut it. It doesn't allow for us to do the work that we're supposed to be able to do for a significant institution that we are. And I'm now worried that there is this talk that we may actually get a funding cut for next year. But the minister has actually promised me that she will find a way to resolve some of this issue. But I must state that if MDDA is not considered favorably in allocation of funding, we will continuously come into this platform. We will indicate that we do not have sufficient money, and it really disadvantages poor communities that could have access to media. Chair, that will be all the questions that were raised around MDDA. So I'll leave it there unless there are follow-ups.
May I just check if there's any follow-up to be made before we summarize the GCIS MDDA presentation? If not, I take it that members would have been covered in the responses. Let's thank the GCIS and the MDDA for the presentation, in particular the GCIS for going back to the clean audit cycle, and of course getting into that cycle, you must ensure that you keep staying there. And we know you can, because there was a period uninterrupted for more than 5 or 6 years. But of course, the point raised, I thought maybe the Deputy Minister would also just strengthen that point, that next time around we should be knowing where things are with regard to the actual appointment. We've had that when we came in this term of Parliament, where all those clean audits were there, but we've had an acting person for many years as a DG. So I think it's important that we emphasize it, so that you understand the seriousness to which we take that stability of the department. I think we should also be satisfied with the response given, Chair of the MDDA, that on matters of the AG, you've addressed almost all, except for a few, that the new appointments would also assist in handling, such that you'd be able to get back again to that circle of entities that keep delivering and having a clean audit at the same time. I think the matter of the Sentech costs, I agree with the board chair that we did speak to this previously, and it's a matter that the two ministries need to report on, other than the entities themselves. There were other proposals, including new license applications or funding proposals for new radio stations, as an example, that Sentech was also putting up ways to try and reduce what others would have been exposed to in the early stages of your funding that you've given to community radio stations. So I think we have an opportunity of both the Deputy Minister online and the Minister of DCDT, that they will be able to take this back, get a bit of focus on it as the election period is getting closer, but more importantly, the need for people to be guaranteed of getting diversified information in that way. So we'll take that forward in that regard. But we do know that the sustainability model is something that MDDA has been working on for some time. I think we need conclusion on that, so that at least it's built within the system on how you deal with this thing of the transmission or signal distribution costs going forward, also from a funding point of view when you consider proposals that come before you. Otherwise, indeed, Chair of the Board of MDDA, it will be undermining the work of MDDA if you open up a radio station 6 months down the line, as you reopen another one, that one has been closed. And then you have to go back, see what to do with the equipment that has been put there, and so on. So I think we'll take those forward. I think the point I want to just emphasize is that we must see overachievement or achievement in the context of the picture that was put by the Auditor-General when presenting and that ecosystem of accountability. But just before that, he painted the picture of the real life situation of South Africans, so that if we talk about communicating a message about SRD grants, its impact must also be understood as to if the number was this, and out of that communication we have been able to increase the numbers, at least our message is going through and that people are responding positively. So it is the same thing where we have not achieved. We should be understanding the impact of such an underachievement. And in this case, the GCIS has responded that now the matter of MEC Charter is before the minister to be addressed. And it's an important transformation tool in the marketing, advertising, and communication space that cannot be postponed. It has to be addressed so that as we move forward, at least the playing field is leveled in that regard. So with that having been said, we will thank, as I said, MDDA and GCIS, so would not keep you on the platform so that you are able to go and address the matters that are outstanding. But if you still want to stay on and listen to your colleagues in DCDT, still most welcome to do so. But it should not be on the basis that the chair kept you hostage on the platform. So thank you. As we move to the next item on the agenda. Jela, if you can. Okay, there's a request for presentation rights. I hope you do see it. Is the Honorable Minister of Communications hearing us from his side? Because we're now going to move to that space. Just to keep the meeting, as I said, to keep the meeting alive, Honorable Minister, we will take you to give the overview. And then from there, we'll be taking the department presentation, which will take into account the department as well as the consolidated report, which will be then the 45 minutes that we'll put there, so that you just raise salient points. We'll then give the first 4 entities maximum 10 minutes left out in the presentation, but if covered, you'll indicate you are covered. We'll then take up a discussion on those and then probably take a break and then get back to the other 4 to make their 10 minutes responses to the main presentation made and take up a discussion, then close in that way. So that's how we'll try to keep the attention of everyone on the platform to remain alive to these presentations. So I'm trying to buy time, Minister, to be sure that you are now fully connected and that you can hear from where you are. Because I see you still mute. Yes, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Mapulani.
Is it good afternoon? Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes,
Honorable
yes.
Chair.
Good afternoon, yes.
And greetings to members of, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, members of Parliament. The minister has asked me to do the overview. I am not sure whether he's still here, if he can just confirm, but he has asked me on behalf of the department chair and the ministry to introduce the items, and he will be available to engage with the questions.
Okay, you can proceed, Mr. It's fine. Thank you. Let's proceed.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to try and be succinct, straight to the point, and not be too elaborate. Firstly, let me ask to switch off my video, Chairperson, as I do the introduction and overview. Chairperson, we are here to present the annual report of the department and the entities, and we'll just briefly wish to reflect on the performance of the department and the highlights, and that of the entities. Our department, the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, in the year under review achieved 27 out of the 35 planned targets, which equates to 77 achievement overall. The department also received an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor-General with some few matters of emphasis. In terms of the expenditure, we spent 90% of the appropriate funds from yourself and from Treasury. What are some of the key highlights of the department, Chair? One of them, if I may just reflect on few, one of the key highlights which we sought to achieve is the establishment of the Artificial Intelligence Institute. As you might know, Chairperson, that we've partnered with the University of Johannesburg and the Tshwane University of Technology to host two of the hubs of the Artificial Intelligence Institute of South Africa, which we successfully established. We're hoping that there will be more institute that we will be established in collaboration with the institutions of higher learning. On the broadcasting digital migration, which is one of the key highlights in the report, we're happy to report that we have switched off 5 of the provinces. There is no longer analog broadcasting in those provinces. After a lengthy period of negotiations with the broadcasters, we are glad to report that we have reached an agreement, which we think that it is a milestone agreement, where we have agreed with the broadcasters on a 2-stage switch off. That the first of these 2 stages will be to switch off analog broadcasting above 894 megahertz by the 31st of July, which we have done. The last analog transmitter was switched off by the minister in Grabo, which facilitated this first stage of switching off analog above 694. Sentech has restacked the signal, and there's nothing that is broadcast above the 694. This agreement is important before I even go to the second stage, because it allows the spectrum that was auctioned in March last year by ICASA to be immediately available to the mobile network operators so that they can utilize the spectrum and invest. And in that way, the fiscus will then receive all the money that has been pledged as part of the auctioning of the spectrum. So the second stage of this agreement, Chair, is to allow the dual elimination to take place but above the 694 from the 31st of July up until the end of next year, 2024, after which analog switch off will be a thing of the past. So it is an agreement that has been entered into to allow the broadcasters also to recover from the period of COVID that they experience, but also to cushion the impact of the analog switch off on the broadcasters. The third point, which we also wish to highlight, Chairperson, it's around the SA Connect model, that during the year under review, there was a revision of the SA Connect model, which was approved by Cabinet, which has resulted into the approval of the SA Connect phase 2, which we are currently implementing, and which we are glad to report that there's been allocation from the fiscus. For this financial year, there will be another allocation for the next financial year, the total of which will be around 3 billion, which will help us utilizing the state-owned enterprises, BBI and Sentech, to roll out broadband connectivity, particularly to the underserved communities. The fourth point, which we would like to highlight, is the approval by Cabinet of the Electronic Communications Amendment Bill, which was submitted to Cabinet submitted to Cabinet. Ultimately, Cabinet has approved this amendment bill. We are ready to present to Parliament this bill. What is it that we seek to achieve with this bill, Chairperson? One is to take forward the recommendation of the Competitions Commission on the Data Service Market Inquiry, which directed that we must take initiative to make sure that we reduce the cost to communicate, but also to ensure that there is competition in the market. So this bill seeks exactly to do that. We're just finalizing the discussions with the mobile network operators, and very soon this bill will be introduced to Parliament. The fourth area we wish to highlight, Chairperson, is on the Post-Bank Amendment Bill, which we sought to take through Parliament. As you know, Chair, and I think we should take this opportunity to thank yourself, the Chair, and all members of this committee for having processed successfully this Post-Bank Amendment Bill, which we are happy to report that the President has since assented to this. It is now an act of Parliament. This act will help us, Chairperson, to make sure that we bank the unbanked, to make sure that we bridge the financial divide, to make sure that we ensure that there is financial inclusion. And through this act, we know that we will seek to position the bank and transform it into becoming a state bank that will play in the space that the commercial banks are playing into, and make sure that our communities have got access to financial services. Thank you very much for processing this bill. One of the issues that we intended to also handle was the SABC bill. Chairperson, we are happy to report that the SABC bill was approved by Cabinet, and it is ready to be, it is on its way to Parliament if it has not yet reached Parliament by now. Through this bill, Chairperson, we seek to ensure that we separate the public and the community, and to ensure that the public service mandate of the SABC is fully funded, There are other issues that we are attempting to address in terms of making sure that there are two separate boards, the actual board and the commercial board. We also intend to make sure that the SABC is fully funded, in a sense that we are going to review the model of licensing was. So the bill has got some proposals to make as to the new collection of licenses for the SABC. As you know, that is the area of underachievement by the SABC for years. And the current model as it is structured, we're not going to succeed. So we will be introducing the Parliament. And lastly, we have also introduced the SAPO amendment bill to Parliament, and I believe that it should be on the table of the committee in terms of processing, because we believe that we need to introduce this bill so that it can help us to reposition the post office and to align it with the post office of tomorrow strategy that we have developed. As you know, the South African post office is undergoing serious difficulties, part of which this bill is to help us to address. So those are the highlights here that I would like to flag quickly as it relates to the performance of the department. If I may quickly go to the entities. There are 3 entities, Chairperson, which have received clean audit in our portfolio, for which we would like to thank them very much. Is the Film and Publication Board, it's NEMISA, and it is Sentech. These 3 of our entities have received clean audit, and we wish that all of the entities can emulate the example of these 3 and address those issues that are raised by the Auditor-General so that they can receive the clean audits. As you know, that the department and a number of entities received unqualified audit opinions with some few matters of emphasis. But there are 3 entities, Chair, as you might have seen from the presentation of the Auditor-General, that these 3 entities remain with the serious challenges of disclaimer audit opinions, and that is the SABC, the South African Post Office, and the Post Bank. The Minister Gungubele is fully seized with assisting these entities to help them to turn around. In as far as the Post Office is concerned, you are aware, Chairperson, that the South African Post Office is currently under business rescue, which resulted from one of the creditor who obtained a provisional liquidation, and the Minister had to intervene together with Cabinet to request the High Court to place the business SAPO under business rescue. There has been a number of engagement with the 2 business rescue practitioners appointed by the court. And in as far as their engagement with ourselves is concerned, I think we're beginning to see light at the end of the tunnel if all of the things that they say they will do can be done, including coming up with a turnaround plan earlier than what they have asked the creditors. So we're expecting that to be put on the table by mid-November. So there is a positive outlook for the future in as far as the Post Office is concerned in respect of our engagement with the business rescue practitioners. It might be too early to say, but I think that is the impression that we get from this discussion. But the proof, the taste of the pudding will be in the eating, as they say. On the SABC, Chair, you know that there is a new board. The new board is working with the minister to turn around the fortunes of the SABC. The minister is helping them with that. Part of the SABC bill, which we are going to request that once it reaches your shore, Chairperson, please help us to process it, because we believe that it will help us. We know that previously the SABC had developed a turnaround plan, which was funded by the fiscals. Although the plan has been recorded as having achieved 90% of the targets, but in as far as financially turning around the SABC, unfortunately, the plan has not assisted as much. We are engaged with the SABC. The minister has requested that we should get closer to the turnaround plan and interrogate what is it that could have gone wrong in turning around the SABC. On ICASA, Chair, just to highlight some few areas, the big one that we know that we have been very pleased that this was achieved successfully was the auctioning of the spectrum. In fact, there was one meeting of our cabinet committee this morning that looked at Operation Vulindlela in terms of the reforms that needed to be introduced in the economy, and this was one of those reforms which was successfully done. Currently, Chair, the minister has been briefed on the next generation spectrum policy, which soon will be introduced to Cabinet. Once Cabinet has approved, it will be gazetted by the minister. Now, through this next generation spectrum policy, among others, there are a number of reforms that are being proposed by the policy, one of which is to further accelerate transformation in the sector. As you know, that the sector is still, there are still some few, actually 2 dominant players, which is also reflected in the auctioning of the spectrum. So the auctioning of the spectrum, almost 70% of the spectrum was bought by 2 mobile operators. We think that there is a need for us to further introduce transformation, and this next generation spectrum policy seeks to do exactly that. The other reform that we are seeking to introduce is to support the community networks, and to also make sure that there is sufficient spectrum allocated to the State Digital Infrastructure Company. The other highlights on the Post Bank, Chairperson, this is one of our entities that did not perform well in terms of the audit outcomes. We are happy to report now that after a long period of time, the Post Bank has been able to successfully recruit almost all the executive positions, which are now filled after a long period of them being vacant. And that is the CEO, the CFO, the Chief Audit Executive, and the Company Secretary. As it relates to SITA, Chairperson, we are also glad to report that after a long period of vacancies in the office of the Managing Director, the entity, we have been able to recruit the MD, who has assumed office, I think, from April of this year. We think that the MD will help us to turn around SITA. As you can see from the performance highlights, SITA is also not doing very well in terms of its performance. We We hope that he's going to help us to turn it around. SITA has been given a clear mandate by the minister to support the interministerial committee that has been revived through the leadership of the minister, to support the interministerial committee, particularly on the digitization of the state, to make the state to be the modern state, to leverage on some of the opportunities that are existing, that has been brought about by these new digital technologies. And lastly, one of the highlights that we wish to bring to your attention is on the operationalization of the Amendment Act by the President, the Films and Publication Amendment Act. And so this operationalization by the President, we think that it will transform the entity, the Films and Publication Board, from being just the Air Classification Authority, Chairperson, to becoming a truly online content regulator of. We have worked with them. They have developed an online content regulator of the future strategy as we've requested them. And the entity is now fully capacitated. There is a CEO, the senior executive has been appointed, almost all of them. And they are repositioning themselves to being the true content regulator of the future, because as you know, Chairperson, now content currently is consumed online. And it is in the online space where there is less regulation, and we think that they will help us to do that. So, Chair, I thought that I should just surface some of those few issues. The rest of the issues, Chair, will be contained in the presentations by the department as well as the entity. Thank you very much. I think let me invite then the Director General of the department to kickstart with the departmental presentation. I think just to emphasize on those matters that I did not touch on in the interest of time. And then from there, we will also present as you have directed us on the consolidated presentation by the entities. Thank you, Chair. I'm now going to hand over to the DG. Let me also, I know you might have picked it up if the minister has not announced it at this platform before, but I think he has done that. But just to re-emphasize the point that ultimately, Chairperson, the department has finalized the appointment of the Director General, who I'm now presenting to you to take us through the presentation. Director General Nongubela Jordan Jani, the floor is yours. Thank you.
DG, in the remaining minutes.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair and to the Honorable members. All protocol observed because of time. Chair and Honorable members, the DM has done much justice in terms of our, then move to the next slide, please. And request permission, Chair, I can switch off my video for us then to preserve the bandwidth. Thank you.
Permission granted. Okay, proceed.
If we could have the presentation, please. Thank you. With regard, if you can move to the next slide 3, we'll pass the overview. In terms of the achievements of the department, we had 35 annual targets for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable members, I'm happy to report that we had a 77% achievement against the baseline or the allocated budget of 98%. We have done 100% transfer to all our entities, and for this reporting period, we received an unqualified audit opinion. I will touch on those matters related to the presentation that was done by the AG. If you could move to the next slide. This basically gives you the full picture in as far as then the targets, and I would like us, therefore, if we could move to the next slide in terms of the achievements, as the Deputy Minister has alluded to. These mainly are for us, as we are now in the penultimate year of the MTSF. We needed to give much focus in as far as the commitments that we had made or signed up as the DCDT and former DTPS, DOC, and also then to also deal with critical service delivery programs. So the first relates to the presidential campaign in as far as gender-based violence and our responsive programs we achieved. And I also want to indicate that the department has now, working with the sector, tracking progress in as far as transformation in the sector. I'm happy to report that in the previous reporting period, there was an increase of an employment of 9,971 females as opposed to the 3,970 males employed in the ICT sector. This is commendable, but much more needs to be done because this basically brings us to about 35%, and we want to equalize it to a 50% gender equality. On the next target related to 3 position papers developed and approved in order for us then to cement our position in the international arena. I'm also happy to indicate that we led a successful campaign to the ITU, and South Africa was re-elected to the ITU Council. Honorable members, you would know that this is the highest decision body under the UN related to telecommunications and ICT programs, and it is therefore, we find it's important for South Africa to maintain its council position in order therefore to influence the discussions, the debate, as well as future agendas for our sector. We also were successful in terms of leading the campaign for the SADC candidate. The director was standing for the director for BDT, Mr. Cosmo Zava from Zimbabwe, who was then elected to the 5-member elective body. And then with regards to South Africa was also successful, nominated to chair the ITU Council Working Group on the World Summit on Information Society, which then focuses on developmental impact of ICTs as well as contributing to SDGs. We continue our work amongst BRICS, focusing in terms of digital inclusion as well as digital governance, and the outcomes of that was projected. And then with regards to the post-bank amendment bill, I think the DM has spoken about this, and we want to then say we were successful or we achieved our target in as far as introducing it to Parliament through Cabinet. And then on the SABC bill, the bill was also submitted to Cabinet for approval for introduction to Parliament. And the SABC bill will improve access to quality program as well as enhance local content. I think the DM spoke about the issues related to the oversight improvement as far as then the governance of the SABC. And with regards to the digital economy strategy, the department was able to achieve this target. The digital economy strategy was developed, and this strategy will provide a good basis for the implementation of the digital economy master plan, and will also therefore lead to job creation and economic development and participation. I think in this financial year, we are going to be reporting major successes in as far as the employment in the industry through this initiative. If we then can move to other areas, the South African Post Office Amendment Bill, I think that the DM also spoke about that, and as far as then the improvement or as well as introduction to Parliament. The bill, in terms of its improvement, is to repurpose the post office aligned to the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy, and also then to reposition it as then the digital e-commerce aggregator. And on the National Cloud Computing Policy, this was submitted to Minister for approval, so this was achieved. And then on the ECA Amendment Bill, the DM also spoke about that. We basically submitted this to Cluster as well as Cabinet for public consultation. And this basically seeks to address a number of challenges that are faced in our sector. And we are, obviously, this will talk to leveling the playing ground as far as competition, but will also address the most critical issue under the MTSF, which is related to lowering the price of data, as well as other telecommunications services. If we can, then looking at the implementation of the revised SA Connect, I'm also happy to indicate that we've achieved this target. And similarly, on the implementation of the Strategic National Cybersecurity Program, honorable members, this is a very important program that we're doing as a department, creating awareness as we are now in the digital space. It will improve confidence in interaction in the cyberspace. In the financial year reporting, there were over 13,600 cybersecurity incidents that were reported, and they were responded to through the search, our hub. And we've been, obviously, this is very good. And where then there are incidents which will require the interventions of your security cluster, we've handed those over to the police. In terms of household migration and analog switch off, as the DM indicated, this program is progressing well. In the reporting period, 31 analog transmitter sites were switched off, and these were mainly from ETV, and this shows therefore the collaboration amongst all players in the broadcasting ecosystem towards South Africa switch off. We're happy to post the reporting period, as DM indicated. We've cleared the spectrum band above 694, and this is now readily available fully for IoT, and those will be for the spectrum. And then lastly, with regards to items on policy direction for the 5G deployment, the DM talked about the importance of this. We've had to work in as far as addressing the issues of dominant market player, addressing therefore the challenges in terms of the transformation of the sector. And we're very happy that we believe that with this policy direction for 5G will address that. Amongst the other reforms, it also seeks to ensure economic inclusion through then the applications of the principles of leaving no one behind, and through then the allocation of spectrum to the state digital infrastructure company. It will therefore serve as a vehicle for participation of a wider SMMEs to then be able to provide digital services to especially the remote and rural areas. With and linked to these issues related to spectrum, the department worked on the implementation of social obligations for the new spectrum license holders, and these were obviously included in the request for ITAs as well as then the licensees, license conditions for those who bid it for the INT spectrum. The department will continue to support ICASA in order then to consolidate the list of your public service institutions. Within a 5-year period, we should ensure this will deliver that all public schools, clinics, hospitals, libraries, as well as traditional tribal authorities offices will be connected, and this will accelerate South Africa's digital transformation journey. And then with regards to the WRC, we, in preparations, which will take place this year, we had our final draft preliminary position developed and adopted, approved internally, and these obviously positions, these preliminary positions are very important to ensure and test it within the country so that as we go to WRC, what we then put out there aligns therefore with our own developmental agendas And I'm also would like to assure honorable members that we're on par in terms of the development of with other developing countries in this regard. Our intent, linked to the previous target, is to finalize the next generation spectrum policy before December, so that after the World Congress, we would then commence with the process of ratifying, and this will therefore see the licensing of new spectrum bands. In other areas of achievement, we're looking at the strategy. We did the strategy or to leverage the delivery of services through 5G as well as Wi-Fi 6. The strategy leverages on the delivery of services through 5G as well as Wi-Fi 6, and this will obviously stimulate the digital economy and ensure wider services and access. And then with regards to the policy direction for the discontinuation of GSM phones, we've developed this and was approved, and we've now subsequently incorporated it as part of the next generation radio spectrum policy, and we'll soon provide information to the public once the minister has signed off on that. On the implementation of the national e-government strategy as well as roadmap, with a focus on a single portal for prioritized government services coordinated, we achieved this target. We're happy to report that 5 new e-services were introduced and are fully automated. The impact of this is that over 200,000 South Africans are using these e-services, and we are working on how to create more awareness to increase the usage in numbers. And then on the digital and future skills training program, we achieved this through then the coordination between ourselves and NEMISA. And lastly, on the establishment of the AI Institute, South Africa, which is one of the key recommendations coming from the 4IR report, I'm happy to indicate that in the reporting period, we launched the Artificial Intelligence Institute, and we also launched 2 AI hubs amongst many others still to be launched. And this is through the collaboration with the Joburg Business School under the University of Joburg, as well as the Tshwane University of Technology. And I'm happy to also report that there has been development of more than 12 AI solutions, as well as applications that were developed by students, which are now ready for adoption by various economic sectors and industry. If we can then move to areas under achievement. The first relates to a delay in as far as the digital transformation. This is our program internally in the department. And these delays were due to then the delays from service providers and sourcing it through SITA, as well as in some instances, we were questioning the high pricing on the proposals received. We are now working with SITA to resolve these matters, and we are confident that we'll be able to achieve these within this financial year. On the audiovisual white paper, we were supposed to submit it to Cabinet. There were delays in the approval of the white paper internally for finalization, and as a result, it was not submitted to Cabinet timely. It will now, we are working on as far as finalizing the inputs, and then we will process it to cluster for Cabinet approval. And on the policy direction for the discontinuation of analog TV sets, this ensures that South Africa will protect our territory from imports in terms of old technology as well as dumping. And we've worked with DTIC in as far as issuing a gazette to stop, therefore, the import of the analog TVs as well as from the sales. However, we could not finalize our own policy direction on this matter. But we are working, as I indicated, with DTIC as well as ICASA. On the draft regulatory reform policy, there were changes with regards to the approach, and now we're looking in terms of the acquisition of Sentech by VBI, and therefore that led to the delay. But the process is now has recommenced with then the approach that Sentech will acquire BDI. With regards to monitoring and evaluation of the performance management system for ICASA councillors, honourable members, there was a delay external outside of our control, and the National Assembly was only able to approve this end of March, and therefore this then meant that we couldn't achieve the target as we were supposed to be looking at the actual monitoring and evaluation. And then on the study on the cost to communicate, there were delays in as far as the sourcing of the service provider to then conduct the study. And then on the green paper on the Digital Government Act, also this was delayed. But however, the presidency, DPSA, DCDT, we are developing a digital government strategy and roadmap, which will then indicate the need for Digital Government Act as an enabler in the future. On the Digital Economy Master Plan, in terms of it being approved and implemented, there were delays in that. It was subsequently approved post the reporting period. Honourable members, due to time, I've already touched in terms of the performance, the same targets under each branch, just to basically highlight that in terms of Program 1, there was a 75% achievement, Program 2, 100%, Program 3, 70%, and Program 4, 75% of the targets, Program 5, 100%, and then Program 6, it was at 62%. I will now like us, if we can, then move to slide 23 and request the acting CFO, if he could, then quickly take us through the financials. Thank you. CFO, if you could.
The CFO,
unless it's on my side, I don't hear any.
yeah, I also don't hear, Chair.
I also don't hear Chairperson myself this side. DG, can you track?
Yes, Minister. I'll track him, please. In the absence of while he's going to log off and log in, if I can then quickly take you through the audit findings. Thank you. On that slide, Naomi. Honourable members, we thought it was important for us, therefore, to respond to the AG. We could move to the slide on the next slide, thank you.
In terms of the AG presentation, just to give the assurance to the honorable members that the department are addressing these. In the main, the AG raised that most of those findings were in the finance division related to consequence management, the investment issue that we have subsequently addressed, the review of the financial statements, incorrect recognition of payment. This is interrelated to that particular matter, and irregular expenditure condoned after the year end, and the annual financial assets, as well as procurement and contract management. Under human resources, there were 2 issues there, but there was also the issues related in terms of the quality of information, reporting that in terms of the target itself not being smart enough. Next slide. We just want to give, therefore, the assurance to the honorable members that as far as the audit action plan, the department has enhanced the process of monitoring this. And in terms of the irregular expenditure and consequence management, we have a dedicated team of employees. In fact, we do have a number of structures and forums within the department that basically looks at these irregular expenditures as well as consequence management. And we do report also to Parliament in terms of the consequence management then being taken up for those employees that were found to have transgressed. In terms of the Integrated Audit Committee, the Minister signed off on this particular issue for us to move towards a clean audit as the entire portfolio. And as such, we have established a committee that will have the representative of all the CEOs, CFOs, as well as the chairpersons of audit committees across the portfolio. And this will basically address all the AG matters that have been raised. Next slide. With regards to the annual financial statements and the annual performance report in terms of the AG raising concerns, on the annual performance report, the team will enhance the review process in terms of the smartness of the targets, and we've already addressed this. With regards to the annual financial statements, again, there's a team that will then be dedicated to look at this. On the BDM, we have actually established a committee that basically looks amongst all 3 entities related, 3 entities in the department, to ensure that our reportings we do not duplicate, but there's also then the structures of governance in there, and that the reporting in terms of information, there is correlation. So we're hoping that in this financial year, this matter will not recur. These are then the matters. I just want to check if the CFO is now rejoined so that we can just quickly highlight the financials. CFO?
Is the CFO on the platform?
Yes, I can see the honor screen now. Can we go to the next page? Thank you, DG, Chairperson, honorable members, ministers, and colleagues on the platform. I'm really having a technical glitch with regards to my audio. Nonetheless, we'll do it alternatively in this version. Okay. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the department was allocated a final budget of 5.3 billion. Now, there were 2 tranches during the financial year of the adjustments. The first being a 200 million, which was given during the adjustments for the implementation of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Broadband Access Fund, and an additional 10.6 million for cost of living adjustment. The second tranche that the department received was through the special adjustment of 2.4 billion for the recapitalization of SAPO. Hence, the came to the 5.3 billion. So in terms of actual expenditure, from the 5.3 billion that we were given, we spent 5.2 billion, amounting to 98%. In terms of the programs, administration had a final budget of 274, expenditure being at 225 million, translating to 82%. Next was international relations and affairs. The allocation was 68 million, expenditure at 64 million, translating to 94.1%, and so forth. Hence, a variance of 106, which represents the difference of that 98%. The table below indicates the allocation, the economic classification. If you look at a compensation of employees, the final amount was 313 million, which was 6% of the overall 5.3 billion allocation. Expenditure on that was 264 million, which is 84%. In terms of written services, that represented the 624 million, represented 6% of the 5.3, 12% of the 5.3 billion. And expenditure on that was 173 million, which is 91%. In terms of the transfers, expenditure was 960. 1,960 million, which is 99.8%. Variance being a savings on international transfers to international organizations due to the favorable international exchange rates. In terms of the payment of financial assets, the allocation, as indicated there, was 2.4 billion, which was the recapitalization that was received on the special adjustments. And on that, 100% was expensed. We can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. The narration here is, I've already covered the narration here of how the budget came in and how it was allocated in terms of percentages in the previous presentation. The next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of how we spend the money, the variances are here explained. For compensation of employees is due to the vacancies not filled due to the measure of the DPS and the DOC. And we had to do, finalize, there was a moratorium on not filling the post from DPSA circular. And the organizational structure has not been finalized. In terms of goods and services, we reduced the travel amount due to meetings being held online. Travel is one of the cost drivers of the department, and also other projects that could not be implemented. In terms of the transfers, the savings that we show there is due to favorable fluctuating interest rates. In terms of the assets, is due to delays experienced with SITA for invoicing of the local area network project. Next slide, please. In summary of this, from the statement of financial position with regards to an authorized expenditure, we requested Treasury to write off the amount. Then we had an engagement with SCOPA this year and made a presentation regarding the said amount. So a meeting was held requesting SCOPA so that this amount can be written off. With regards to other receivables and other payables, this relates to SAPO 2.4 billion that was allocated through the special adjustments. The 2.4 billion becomes a receivable because at the time it was expected or waited or not received from Treasury, and it became a payable to SAPO as it was not paid when we closed the financials. With regard to the loans to the SABC, that's a non-repayable loan of 27 million, and we requested Treasury to repeal section 28 and 30 of the Exchequer Act, and we're still awaiting feedback on this. So this loan was, or it still is non-repayable, and the SABC is paying interest on this half yearly. So the amount paid to date has already exceeded the 27.4 million of the original loan, and it's bringing back to the SABC. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is merely a breakdown of the transfer that we made to the entities and international organizations, as well as households and municipalities. So that represents a payment, a transfer of 1,960 million from an allocation of 1.963 billion. So by and large, the savings that, or the variance that you see there is the 2.995 million, which was a saving from the international transfers due to favorable exchange rates. Next slide, please. In terms of the funding.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We have dealt with these slides, and I'd like to now hand back to the Minister and the GM. Thank you.
The Minister are still waiting for the consultative report.
Yes, yes, Chair. Thank you very much. I was going to ask.
Yes, one to mind the time, because you've now you went over by 6 minutes on both the consultated and the department report. So if you can shorten the presentation and speak to the silent points. Thank you.
Our apologies, Chair. Is Mr. Shilembe, are you ready with the consolidated report? Just to quickly take members through, and then we will then invite our minister just to make closing comments, just to address 1 or 2 issues that we left out. Mr. Shilembe?
Thank you, DM.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Shilembe.
Thank you very much. If I may request the host to allow me to share my screen so that I can quickly go through the consolidated report. Otherwise, good afternoon to the chairperson, honorable members, the minister, deputy minister, DG, board members, and fellow colleagues in the platform. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put it on presentation mode. I'm going to be running quickly through all our entities' annual reports and financials quickly, and just highlighting the salient points as I have been advised, since we are beyond time. Starting with Broadband Infraco. Broadband Infraco achieved 14 of the 20 targets that they had set for themselves, resulting in 6 not achieved and a 70% achievement rate. The highlights there really is that BBI received an unqualified audit opinion with emphasis of matter. The auditors essentially raised the issue relating to material uncertainty relating to the going concern of BBI. However, the company revenue increased by 7% from 437 million in the prior year to 469 million for the year under review. BBI has been appointed to lead the flagship project of the department, which is SA Connect, with a capex amount of 1.6 billion. There are challenges experienced by BBI in the sense that they owe monies to Eskom and Transnet, which have led to the disruption and termination of some of the routes. And as such, the network performance deteriorated to an extent that BBI has been losing some major customers. On irregular expenditure, BBI incurred 116 million of irregular expenditure. Strategies to overcome areas of non-performance include the fact that BBI will have to find ways to manage the debt owed to Eskom and Transnet, which in turn will improve the network performance and thus increase the revenue, whilst at the same time decreasing the rebates that are being paid to the customers due to poor network performance. If I quickly go to the FPB achieved 92% of its targets, achieving 12 out of the 13 targets. The highlights there really being that the FPB achieved a clean audit for the second consecutive financial year. It has developed a new fit-for-purpose organizational structure and has finalized regulatory instruments to be able to function as an online regulator pursuant to the objective of the Amendment Act. It has also appointed an enforcement committee chaired by a retired judge and established the rules for its operations to address cases of non-compliance effectively. There are still challenges encountered relating to inadequate financial resources, declining materials submitted for classification, as well as digital transformation, which is related to inadequate financial resources which are required for the transformation of the IT technology of the entity. The strategies to overcome areas of non-performance include that the non-achievement of the one target was attributed to an existing manual classification process. And as a plan of action, the FPB has committed to develop and implement a games matrix to reduce classification turnaround times on games. With respect to ICASA, ICASA achieved 42 of the 48 targets and not achieved 6 of them, resulting in an 87.5% achievement rate. With respect to the highlights, ICASA published the 8th State of the ICT Sector in South Africa report during the year under review. It conducted public hearings to amend the service charter regulations evaluating applications for community sound broadcasting service licensing, and publishing radio frequency spectrum assignment plans for public consultation. It also reviewed and published the regulations such as the End User Subscriber Service Charter. At the beginning of the financial year, the council had only 4 members with 3 councillors and an acting chairperson, but these were subsequently filled up to 8 councillors at the end of the financial year, with 1 vacancy now remaining. The issue of the funding of the regulator remains a challenge at the present moment, with the mandate said to be generally underfunded. Irregular expenditure amounted to 34.2 million, increasing the opening balance to 234.3 million at the end of the financial year. And with respect to strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, ICASA will develop and implement audit action plan to address findings, particularly in relation to payment of invoices within 30 days. It will implement consequence management in instances of non-compliance, and will be filling the vacancy of the financial specialist, and will perform earlier completion of the annual financial statements to allow for enough time for detailed reviews. With respect to NEMISA, NEMISA had 20 targets for the year under review, achieved 19 of those and did not achieve 1, resulting in a 94% achievement. On the highlights, NEMISA also achieved a clean audit. It held a digital skills colloquium and hybrid datathon with the participation from various provinces. It also continued with its organization culture change journey, ending the year with the production of an organizational efficiency report. At the time or for the financial year under the review, the issue of an inadequate organizational structure was a challenge, but that has since been resolved with the approval of the new structure that the minister has approved. Irregular expenditure during the year under review, NEMISA had irregular expenditure amounting to 483,958 rand, and wasteful and fruitless expenditure amounting to 3,000 rand. Strategies to overcome areas of non-performance. NEMISA plans to improve controls relating to the management of performance information by, amongst others, introducing monthly reporting and verification and auditing of performance information, as well as quarterly audit readiness meetings. It will also fully implement the audit action plan to ensure that all the external and internal audit findings for the year under review are addressed and do not recur in the next period. Bank. Postbank had 14 targets, of which 3 were achieved and 11 were not achieved. And it also obtained a disclaimer audit opinion. In terms of the highlights, the AGSA has raised a lot of audit findings, some of which are repeat findings, mostly relating to the weaknesses in internal controls, and awarded the Postbank a disclaimer audit opinion. This is the 3rd consecutive audit opinion from the AGSA for Postbank. The net loss was because of the increased, or shall I first start by saying, Postbank has incurred a net loss of approximately 2 billion rand, which is attributed to the increase of expected credit loss to cover the exposure to the post office and SASA project costs incurred. Before provision for this impairment, Postbank recorded a profit of 194 million rand. With respect to the challenges, the bank's capital adequacy ratio decreased to 27% as compared to 55% in the prior year, which is now below the minimum required by the Prudential Authority. All the executive positions were vacant during the period under the review, and they were only filled after the financial year had ended. At the end of July 2023, the bank had filled the position of Chief Audit Executive, the Company Secretary, Chief Executive Officer, and the Chief Financial Officer. During the year under review, Postbank had irregular expenditure amounting to 165 million and wasteful expenditure of 611,000 rand. Strategies to overcome areas of non-performance. The majority of the audit findings for Postbank are reoccurring or recurring. The Postbank has appointed a service provider to assist to reconcile the other deposit accounts between the two accounting systems that it has, which will help deal with most of the audit findings. Coming on to the post office. The post office had 13 targets for the year under review, achieving 2 of those and not achieving 11, resulting in a 15% achievement. The main challenges really for the post office are that it has essentially been a distressed organization due to its financial position. It incurred a net loss of 2.2 billion rand. It was at the time placed under provisional liquidation, which has since been converted to a business rescue process. It also achieved a disclaimer of audit opinion issued by the Auditor-General, and there has generally been an issue about leadership instability. The main mitigations really are that the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy was approved by Cabinet. The filling of executive positions, Chief Financial Officer and the Group Executive for HR have been filled. SAPO has been placed into business rescue as from the 10th of July 2023 in terms of a court order. And the business rescue practitioners are currently developing the business rescue plan, which is intended to be published by mid-November 2023. On irregular expenditure, the majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by the group and the company not following supply chain management processes, and the majority of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by interest and penalties for late payments. No sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by the PFMA. Sentech. Sentech had 15 targets, achieving 12 and not achieving 3 of those, resulting in a 87% achievement rate. The highlights there are that really the entity was able to obtain for the financial year a clean audit report. On the BDM project, Sentech has already switched off 5 provinces. Sentech is in the process of acquiring 74% of Broadband Infraco, and the due diligence has been completed, and it is anticipated that the transaction will be concluded by the end of September 2023. Challenges. Sentech has, for the financial year annual report, showed a positive progress on its non-financial performance. However, there's still much regression in their financial performance. Sentech is still operating analog and digital television simultaneously, so-called dual illumination, pending the announcement of the analog switch off. And this creates a dual illumination incremental cost. For the year under review, there was a funding deficit of 40 million for dual illumination incremental cost, which contributed to the loss and burdened the fiscus. The SABC is also unable to pay Sentech in full due to its financial problems. This again is negatively impacting Sentech's financial sustainability, as well as the ability to deliver services at the agreed level of service. The continuous power cuts have also a possible impact in the delivery of service to customers by Sentech, and there has been an increased failure in backup generators, leading to the reduction in productivity, non-achievement of set targets, and the increase in the cost of operations. With respect to the strategy to overcome areas of non-performance, Sentech have made submissions for stakeholder intervention on the issues pertaining to BDM costs, BBI acquisition, and SABC debt. Remedial plans for the non-achieved targets have been put in place to be achieved by the entity. Coming to the SABC had 25 targets, achieving 9 of those, and did not achieve 17, resulting in a 36% achievement rate. The highlights for the year include the fact that the SABC launched the over-the-top SABC Plus digital streaming platform. The SABC Plus platform performed well operationally, with no significant downtimes recorded. The SABC achieved 79% against the corporate plan, workplace skills plan implementation target of 60%. The corporation continued to work to strengthen internal controls across the organization. With respect to the challenges, declining television audiences have hampered efforts to generate planned advertising revenues. Failure to implement bankable revenue improvement plans adversely affected revenue generation, which resulted in cash flow challenges. There has also been severe liquidity challenges resulting in technical insolvency, preventing the corporation to operate as a going concern. The Auditor-General issued a disclaimer audit opinion due to the going concern issue. With respect to irregular expenditure, SABC incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 34.8 million during the year under review. And for strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, the SABC board has to expedite the development of the revenue repositioning strategy, as well as that the board is to submit an audit action plan to the department by end of October 2023. SITA had 18 targets, achieving 8 and did not achieve 10, resulting in a 44.4% achievement. 44.4% achievement is a huge decline when compared to 72.2% and 57.9% achieved in the prior 2 financial years. This drop in performance was noticed from the beginning of the year, and the agency was requested to submit a performance improvement plan, which they did, but has not resulted in an improved performance. The agency otherwise is in a good financial position. With respect to the challenges, Most of the performance-related challenges are in the procurement and industry transformation program. SITA attributes these underperformance in this program to delays in the procurement process due to capacity constraints caused by the high procurement demands. With respect to irregular expenditure, during the year under review, SITA had irregular expenditure amounting to 452 million rand, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 10.9 million rand. SITA will, with respect to strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, SITA will develop a performance improvement plan and has put in place a number of mitigating plans in order to achieve the desired results in the new financial year. USAASA achieved all of its 5 targets for the year with a 100% achievement rate. Furthermore, the agency received an unqualified audit opinion. It managed to implement 77% of the audit action plan activities from the prior year. The challenges: high capacity constraints due to vacancies in executive and senior management, resulting from the suspension of 6 senior officials and the dismissal of 1 additional senior personnel. With respect to irregular expenditure, during the year under review, USAASA incurred 7.9 million rand in irregular expenditure and 114,000 rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The agency closed with a balance of 87.094 million rand on irregular expenditure and 3.833 million rand on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. For strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, the agency will take effective measures to prevent irregular expenditure, fruitful and wasteful expenditure, and losses resulting from criminal conduct, as well as expenditure not complying with the operational policies of the agency. With respect to USAF, there were 4 targets for USAF for the year under review, and USAF achieved 1 and did not achieve 3, resulting in a 25% achievement rate. In terms of the highlights, despite the many challenges, the fund certified funding of 321 million for 2 USAF projects and warehousing and distribution. This is an increase in the project spending or funding from 34 million incurred in the previous financial year. The agency implemented 82% of the audit action plan activities. With respect to the challenges, the implementation of the BDM program is hindered by delays in the installation of subsidized set-top boxes at qualifying households and the low registration rate for qualifying households which are eligible for subsidization through USAF. With respect to irregular expenditure, there was no irregular expenditure incurred, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounted to 107,000 rand. The agency closed with a balance of 50.337 million rand on irregular expenditure and 78.259 million rand on fruitless and wasteful expenditure as due to balances carried over from previous financial year. With respect to strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, USAF and the agency will take effective measures to prevent irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, losses resulting from criminal conduct, and expenditure not complying with the operational policies of the agency. I think lastly, on ZADNA, ZADNA had 18 targets, achieving 16 of those, and did not achieve 2, resulting in an 88% achievement. With respect to the highlights, ZADNA reported an increase in the accredited registrars in the 22-23 financial year. This growth is attributed to the registrar reseller training that ZADNA conducted during the year. The .ZA domain namespace retained the growth it achieved in the prior year for the commercial and non-commercial second-level domains. For challenges, technical glitches reported with the CIPC systems on numerous occasions. As a result, customers could not register the domain names through the CIPC terminals. As for strategies to overcome areas of non-performance, there is continuous engagement between the CIPC and the ZARC to iron out the technical issues and challenges with the CIPC platform. The CIPC domain name registration promoters have been appointed to bring awareness. Thank you so much, Chairperson. That's the end of the consolidated presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shilembe. Chair, if you allow, we know that we've really went beyond whatever time allocation you gave us. Can you allow, Chair, just to allow the Minister just to take on board or to take into confidence the committee on some couple of aspects? Just a few minutes, Minister.
I hope the Chair has agreed, dear. I agree.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, members of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks, DM and DG and Shilembe for the presentation. I thought it would be important, Chair, to take the committee to confidence on the following issues, which I'm sure you might have heard it in public and on papers, that the SITA board is a new board and a board that had to be changed on governance issues, which we are willing at the right time, if the committee so wish to come into presentation, it could be. It's up to the committee to decide. Secondly, to take also the committee on board on the fact that the Post Bank board, as you know, you might have heard in public, they resigned. We thought it is important to say, just to let the committee take the committee with confidence, that there's a lot of issues that came out of the KPMG report, also which, depending on the advice of the chair, we are willing to come at a different time in the committee to take the committee through with regard to a lot of irregularities, theft and account fakes that led to leakage of significant amount of money. And also the fact that the board allowed continuation of an illegal contract, which was revealed by KPMG, and that led to some financial payments and over and above. That, in our view, the board also went wrong in the sense that for not less than 3 years, they ran the Post Bank on a disclaimer and over and above. For more than 3 years, non-appointment of executives and general set of other poor systems, which gave the, in my correspondence and interaction with when the board realized that our future together is not a promising one, opted to go out on their own. But what I want to say, Chair, is that having listened to AG, I'm happy that the DG has responded with regard to the intervention on the AG findings of 2021-22, We will also, in a short space of time, have a plan on the 2023 AG findings, because those matter, we can't come back here being in a similar situation. But I wanted to say, post-bank issue, I thought it's important, Chair, to take the committee to confidence that now, for a number of reasons, based on what some have said, we had to migrate from that system to a new system, a system which was migration which took place on the 21st of August to the new system, to the new switch, which had a glitch on the 5th of September, a glitch which was resolved, which affected around 500,000 beneficiaries out of 5.3 million. In other words, 4.8 or 9 million people were not affected, but the intervention between the 5th and the 6th resolved the matter. As we speak now, the cycle that occurred in the few days of the end of September, we had no incidents except that whatever problems we had on the payment of beneficiaries was more involving late cash orders by some post offices, but that was also resolved. But the post office channels out of 5.3 million share affects 6% of our beneficiaries. 6% is 6% too much, but we thought it is important to put that into perspective. What are we doing now? We have gone beyond the technical glitches in the post bank. What is being done is that there's a series of interventions to heal the systems. You heard what the AG has to say, your IT control environment and various other control measures. We're working together because if the committee will remember, the Reserve Bank would have said gave us a variation notice with a lot of conditions that needed to be resolved. We are also busy resolving those issues. We've gone beyond the glitches of the 5th and 6th of September. We are consolidating the systems of the post bank. We appointed an administrator, as colleagues or honorable members might know. We issued a notice to appoint for new nominations. We will be working both with the Reserve Bank and the Financial and the Treasury to make sure that we appoint people who really are fit for purpose. And this will happen in a short space of time. I thought it was important just to take the committee into confidence in as far as those two issues are concerned. And lastly, I also wanted to say, especially as it affects both SITA and SA Connect, that 40% of SITA happened 2022-23. In short, in the past 3 months, the turnaround in SITA, when we get that opportunity, we'll come and present here the rate and the trajectory, both in scale and speed. There's quite a huge turnaround there. Even in the SA Connect, you would have been advised that after some time we had a connection of about 970. We will find that if we have a chance, Chair, before the end of the year to present here, there's a lot of turnaround in a number of issues, which actually maybe the committee will be able to view those differently. I thought those are the few remarks I wanted to make, Chair, if I'm in order. Thank you very much, and thank you for your indulgence, having exceeded the time you afforded us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Part of the accountability that we need, that we get a bit lenient with time, but for information that we can use as a committee. Honorable members, like I said, we have got 8 entities. We have got a consolidated report, but their boards and executives are on the platform. I wanted a time of engagement, that there's no issue that's been left behind. Looking at my time now, I still want to push it to 2 o'clock, giving 5 minutes for the first 4, especially those that may not have many issues, FPB, Sentech, NEMISA, and ZADNA. If they are quickly those matters they want to lift up. No, I've put up my my own there based on the matters presented thus far. FPB, Sentech, and NEMISA are on the green, including ZADNA. So that's the reward there. If there are matters that they want to raise that have not been raised in the consolidated report, which they thought the committee may need to consider in terms of their efforts, 5 each FPB, but if you are covered, it will indicate that all matters have been covered.
Yes, Chair. FPB here. I hope I am audible. We were represented fairly well by the presentations done so far. I think I just want to highlight 1 or 2 points to emphasize the impact that was the impact of our clean audit to the citizens of South Africa. I think the first one being the fact that we were able to close the regulatory gap for online content, and by doing that, making the citizens being able to communicate online a lot more safer. Because of the new the amendment to our legislation, we were able to partner with the law enforcement agencies in the cases that were brought forward. There were 2 convictions, for instance, that were widely publicized that the FPB was part of, and in that way, creating a more safer online environment for our South African citizens. But building on that as well, we are going to be working with the IEC. We know that with the elections coming up, the elections nowadays, as we have seen in other jurisdictions around the world, that the issue of misinformation and disinformation becomes very rife in the election year. And so with our amendment and new teeth that were found in the amended legislation, we are going to be working with the IEC in order to strengthen democracy in that regard. So there's lots of gains that have been made, and we are working hard to make sure that also these gains are not compromised by some of the positions in the that may be anticipated with the white paper, but we are working to make sure that the position of the FPB and the gains are not in any way compromised. But thank you, Chairperson. That's all I wanted to highlight. Thanks.
Thank you, FPB. I'll go to Sentech.
Thank you, Chair. I think I don't have much to add. The only thing that I might, maybe the presentation covered broadly what we wanted to present. I think on my side, I'm trying to switch on the camera. Okay. Yes. So thank you. The presentation covered us quite well. The only thing that I might want to just talk to was in terms of the, and maybe just to highlight that despite the challenges of load shedding, we still ensured availability of around 99%, 99.8% in terms of our service availability. The other aspect that I maybe just want to talk to is in terms of the, I think for this year, we reported a loss. However, there is a context to that loss in that a significant portion of it is due to foreign exchange losses due to the depreciation of the rand against the US dollar, which was certainly beyond our control, as a lot of our suppliers for the satellite are abroad. So I thought those are the only 2 points that I want to emphasize, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sentech. Now, NEMISA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Molokeng Leshabane, Chairperson of NEMISA. Chair, we were well covered in the presentations that were made. What I just wanted to add, Chair, is that during the year, we really made a lot of improvements in terms of our delivery of skills program, in that we managed to train more than 70,000 teachers assistants that were on the teachers assistance program. And Chair, that really was one of the biggest challenges, because they are spread across the country, and we managed to quickly mobilize the assistance from the provinces, working together with the municipalities and the Department of Basic Education. And we successfully completed that project. I'm mentioning this, Chair, because it was the first time this past year that we started the implementation of the teachers assistance program, and it was really a success. We're rolling it out to all the remaining candidates that were not trained yet, and we really appreciated the support of all the stakeholders that were involved. So, Chair, in terms of the other programs, we also made huge strides in reaching rural areas, especially through the Yarona program, where we really made a huge impact in finding communities that are really remote, that don't have anything in terms of media availability to publicize the programs. And we're using really our ambassadors on the ground to penetrate all the candidates and remote areas that would not necessarily know about. That's it from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NEMISA. I'll take ZADNA.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We were well covered in the presentation, but I just wanted to make two more points in terms of the presentations, just to say that in terms of the infrastructure that hosts the ZADNA namespace, it remained resilient and robust throughout the year. They are under review, because if anything was to happen to the infrastructure, there would be dire consequences. And also to add that in terms of the awareness programs that we conduct in informing the public out there about the work of the authority, and also about the benefits of actually registering a .za domain name, and also the economic and commercial benefits of this, because I think it's important. As you know, that the internet sector, when you look at all other sectors, it's taking a bit longer for it to transform. So our intent is to just get as many people involved in this sector. So we are running those programs, and we've seen in terms of how many registrars we've had since we started conducting some of the programs, and also just making sure that people understand and know what ZADNA does, so that if they have any issues, they know who to talk to in terms of domain name registration. That's it from my side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ZADNA. Honorable members, like I said earlier, unless you'd want to direct differently, but we'd agreed that we would give the first 4 to add if they want to add, so that we also allow interaction in between, so that we don't get to listen to presentations throughout and leave SITA, USAASA, and USAF as we get back. But at this point, I want to allow you to at least engage this part of the presentation, including the 4 entities, with an understanding that our engagement on matters with regard to SAPO, Postbank, and the SAPC would be quite limited in terms of what the ministry and the department would have presented, given that we have created space for them to be engaged by tomorrow. So we keep that in mind as we engage. Like I said, I will now invite members who would want to engage on the presentations thus far. I see the Honorable Majosi, his hand is up. Honorable Bodlani, second. I'll be assisted by the committee support, but for purposes of managing time, let's proceed with the ones that are ready to engage. The Honorable Majosi, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all honorable members. Excuse my voice, I'm not feeling well, as maybe I had stated before in the chat box that I had to go to the doctor. And to the Minister, the DM, and all entities that are present today. Mine, it's short, Chairperson. I know that maybe we cannot dwell more on Postbank and what, and it's not mainly on Postbank, but it's a concern that I have. I think I raised this before when we had a physical meeting. I don't know whether it was the CEO of NEMISA that had left, and there was money that had been lost at that time. So I want maybe the minister. It raises a concern now that you are talking about it. And it raises a concern not only on Postbank that the board has resigned and we cannot discuss that now, but it raises a serious concern, the fact that the government will keep on losing money and officials just keep on resigning and then nothing happens to them. And there are no consequences that will follow them after that. So I think that one will have to look at it very closely, because this is not the first entity this is happening. It's the second one or so. So I want us to look at that, not mainly on Postbank, but in all entities that are reporting to the department, to the portfolio committee, that how then do we cap that? And what policies do we need to, maybe they must be passed in Parliament, so that you must be able to return whatever money that has been lost in your tenure and as an accounting officer at that time. I will pass them. And also, Minister, this is another concern that I think when you meet with the entities, please raise it. The accountability for irregular expenditure. It's something that concerns me a lot, because it seems as if all these entities, they just accumulate 116 million of irregular expenditure. I mean, we all know about the 30-day rule. We all know what needs to be submitted, and someone must take accountability for that. And we applaud all these other entities that have gotten the clean audits, that are following the policies and procedures that must be followed. But I think you must closely look at the fact of these millions that we keep on losing just because there's irregular expenditure and people are not following the procedures that should be followed. That is all, Chairperson. I just wanted to raise those two concerns. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think with the reports that we have received so far, and perhaps this is me addressing the minister, to say there seems to be a sense of poor governance which cuts across at least 80–90% of the entities. And this is really a great concern, and it is evident in the poor financial reporting. And for me, the biggest person who is a casualty in all of this is the South African, who believes that government, the state, is doing all it can to improve their quality of life, when in fact they are still having high costs of communicating. The chances of them being connected so that at least they are equal to our counterparts in the African continent are not as great as they should be. And that is a great worry. But I then make a plea to the minister to say, Minister, there has to be a more aggressive consequence management process, we cannot allow a situation where where entities come and report and they are reporting losses and the status quo remains and nobody gets no heads roll. There should be at some point how we show leadership, a decisive leadership at that, to say this particular person underperformed, this particular person underreported, and therefore this has been the consequence. The absence of criminal charges within the entities and the department when we are reporting such big amounts is for me negligence. We become an accomplices as the portfolio committee, as a government, when we are going to hear, for example, that millions have been spent in irregular expenditure, and there's no way for the departments, for the entities to account to that, and nobody's held accountable. There must be a time as a government, as an institution as an institution, a parliament, we get reports on what consequence has there been for people who are delaying the development of our country, who are keeping the poorest of the poor in trenches where they will not be able to get out because government is unable to provide environments where they are able to communicate better, which will assist them in finding jobs, which will assist them in improving healthcare. So something has to be done. Honestly, the status quo just cannot remain. The Auditor-General talks about a drain on the public fund. And I think this phrase it scares me. It really scares me that we are sitting here and we are taking an exercise of the department and the entities having come before Parliament, but we are not going to leave this platform with solutions in terms of how are we going to avert this, especially when you hear that entities like the post office, this is the third similar reporting outcome. And you still have the same people in the leadership, and the people who are the most disadvantaged are the general workers. The executives remain comfortable in their senior positions, but the people who are on the ground are the ones that suffer. The people that have families that they need to feed, children that they need to put through school, and we come here and we accept this as a report and we walk away. We are not doing justice at all in terms of what we need to do as members of Parliament. Chairperson, I flag this as a worry to say entities like the BBI and USAF, for example, they have continued, and I'm using the term loosely, flying under the radar. And with the culture that we are seeing in the department and in the entities, they also have a potential of being a crime scene, like we are seeing in the other entities. There is a potential for those entities to also be looted, because that is no other way for me to put it except to say the state is being looted and people continue to loot the state because they know they will just get away with it. As Honorable Majosi was saying, they could just resign. We are hearing, for example, that at USAASA, 6 senior officials have been suspended and 1 additional personnel. But we are not hearing what is the case number, where are we in terms of recouping whatever funds. We are not getting full information of that. So it would be great so that we don't get just a superficial report and we should be content with just hearing that, 6 officials were suspended. What did they do? And who are these people? We must come to a point as a country where we name and shame, so that we know these people do not move from one department to the other and they continue on their looting spree. We cannot afford a state that is going to make people richer and richer. At the same time, we become content and say, but we received the audit report, we received the departmental reports, and we dealt with them as Parliament. We must we must use the powers that are given to us as members of Parliament to really end the brazen looting. We need, Chairperson, to be more aggressive in how we do our oversight as this portfolio committee. It is just a disadvantage to all of us that the parliamentary processes do not allow us to really do in-depth oversight. We are subjected to seeing, for example, today,
this agenda is packed. It is my view that we are really not doing justice to the department, to the entities, in terms of how we are dealing with this. And especially if we are going to be getting documents coming in and over the recess period, when we also had the MDDA interviews, we are not doing justice to the process. So urgent interventions, Chairperson, is needed in terms of how we can improve our oversight mechanisms. And I am very worried about how quiet we are on the process of internal audit, that so many irregularities, wasteful expenditures are then picked up at the level of the Auditor-General coming to audit the process. Why is there a sense that that layer of internal audit is missing? So I would greatly appreciate that information. And Chairperson, ICASA talks about needing more funds to carry out their mandate. But in the same breath, we talk about an irregular expenditure of 34.5 million rand. Again, we have to balance this out. I know I'm not an accountant by any measure, but if the SABC is going to also come and report that they have 34.8 million in irregular expenditure, but these are the entities that are unable to make ends meet, but there is again an evident, a glaring poor governance, because the executives and the boards are not taking the responsibility that they should be taking, where they should be practicing austerity measures. Instead, we are receiving millions and millions of money that are being reported as being irregular. We really, I really hope we get to a point where we are given more teeth and we are more aggressive in our oversight, Chairperson. I will stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Bolani. Committee support, you would indicate to me if there's any other member who want to make a contribution to the presentations.
No one at the moment, Chair.
I'm here, Chair. Gugu, if you can be noted.
Noted, Honorable Kumbo. I didn't see why. Can proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and let me appreciate the presentations made. Chairperson, on BBI, just one thing on BBI. I just want to check as to what are the plans in place by BBI in trying to service their debt to Eskom and Transnet, and maybe if they can just indicate to us as to how much is the debt. Secondly, Chairperson, I'm just concerned here. I'm concerned, Chairperson, if we'll be able to process and finalize the two bills, which are the Electoral Amendment Bill and the SABC Amendment Bill, given the fact that Parliament will be rising during March next year. I don't know how is this going to be possible, Chair. And I don't know where I'm directing my concern to, whether to the Minister or to you as the Chair. I don't know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. I'm not sure if I'm leaving anyone, but so far these are the hands I've noted, and I would allow responses that regard. The Minister would indicate if they would want to come earlier on, or they would want to allow the department and the entities first, and only come after. So it is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will indulge the DM. I want to request the DG and the entities to deal with all the technical issues, and then probably come at the end myself and the DM, if you so indulge, Chair. DG?
Thank you, Chair, and like to thank the honorable members. Chair, I think there was one with the two key issues that I'd like to address. The concern with regards to by Honorable Majosi as well as Honorable Botlan on the accountability in terms of the irregular expenditure and also related to poor governance. I just want to echo in terms of what we had said in our presentation that we have basically in trying to address the issues related to consequence management as well as then the irregular. We have set up across the portfolio an integrated audit committee for the entire portfolio, and we basically want to address the issues related to the AG report and the audit action plans, tracking those on a quarterly basis, addressing issues related to governance and ensuring that there is consequence management, and also then also addressing governance matters to improve and enhance controls across the portfolio. Over and above this, we do obviously meet with the entities through the SOC branch on a quarterly basis, and they will also have to account in as far as then progress made with regards to the audit matters that have been raised, and to also ensure proper accountability in terms of what they've contracted for. The minister also meets with and the DM also meets with the board, respective boards, to also hold them accountable. And these sessions have been much more regular than they have been in the past. Then just to give an assurance in as far as, and I don't want to put the words of the AG, but in the AG's presentation that they made this morning, they acknowledged that there has actually been improvements across the portfolio. On the contrary, just to give them again the reassurance to Honorable Bodlana, we basically had two entities in the past on clean audit. We now have three. And I want to also just give emphasis in terms of other entities where in previous years there has been serious concerns raised. And for the case of USAASA, they've really made enormous progress, which was also acknowledged by the AG, in order then to move them towards a clean audit. So if you look in terms of the presentation by the AG, I think it's slide 7. You then you see the overall improvement in terms of audit outcomes, as well as then indication that the recommendations that they've made has been heeded to, and there have been turnaround strategies. And as I indicated that for this year, we've been successful in as far as STD, NEMISA and Sentech achieving and unqualified with no findings. And then the ICASA, USAASA, DCDT, and BBI with unqualified with findings. And then the others with qualified findings. And we are working with regards to Infraco, Postbank, as well as the SABC, meeting them on a regular basis. I think in the case of the SABC, the regression was mainly due to the going concerns matters, which the board has assured us they are attending to as a matter of urgency. And then in terms of Postbank and Infraco, the minister has indicated the interventions that we have made in that. So we are very confident that in this financial year and through the Integrated Audit Committee, we are going to address those issues. I think those were the main issues I wanted to deal with, Chair. I'm going to ask that the entities then do the responses, in their respective areas. Thank you.
Can you point them one by one, TG, so that no one waits in case we start? And then if they don't have a response, then we close for orderly purposes.
Yes, Minister, the 4 entities that we gave an opportunity for them to add any, the other 4 would have not added any. That would be coming thereafter. Thank you. Is there anything that FPB would want to respond to, but seems not?
And there was nothing directed to FPB, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Anything Sentech and NEMISA?
Chair, from the NEMISA side, Chair, it was a comment about this alleged CEO that resigned after money disappeared. We don't have record of that incident, Chair, but we'll be happy to receive information relating to that incident so that we can investigate it. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson from Sentech side, I don't see my chairperson here. There was no question that was directed at us, Chair, so we don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtakane, on that point?
Yeah. Thank you, Comrade Chair. I wanted to make one point before the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, take the platform. I'm raising just a general point, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm right or not, but I want to raise it. I'm just raising it, Chair, because the Minister will know some of these issues. That if our challenges as a big country, as a country as a whole, is to address the poverty, unemployment, and this underdevelopment, and we are leading a very important area, that is a new economy that is spreading all over the world, that is very critical. I just think that one day we should be able to share, despite all the niceties of clean audit, non-performance here and there, just to address an issue. What impact are we making in addressing the 3 challenges in our country? I just think that at the political level, we should be able to do so, because I think the department in 10 years' time, they will have clean audit in all the entities, but without us accounting whether those clean audits are able to provide evidence that we are addressing the 3 challenges facing us. And then I think then you will be, in my view, we'll be missing the point, because the reason why department are giving resources is to make an impact in the betterment of the living conditions of people. I just think, if we are able to do that, I'm not saying that the rules of parliament should do that. I know they allow us to do anything that we want to do around oversight. But just to be happy that now we are performing this level, this is the impact that we are making in this area. Maybe this is what we are doing. And then we think we are making an impact in improving the quality of life of people. Therefore, we are addressing the challenges. In my view, at the technical level, I think we are performing very well. But I do think that we are not addressing the real challenges that are facing the country. And then I hope that when the minister comes in and the DP and the deputy minister, I think they will disagree with me on this, but it's important for me, at least, as a layman person, just to understand exactly when we perform at this level, we clean audit. And then, but what impact are we making in society? Accounting, I agree, we must account for every cent. But I think accountability for those cents that we spend, we should also see evidence on the cloud that we are bettering the living conditions of our people. That when we go to constituencies ourselves, we can point out that in this area, before this happened, the society was at this level, now we are at this level. I just think that we should try to address that. But I'm saying about future engagement, we should be able to, it may not be today, but as the minister respond, and maybe the minister in some time to come will be able to sit down and have some discussion on this. I'm just saying this because it's the only area of the economy that generally those were disadvantaged before. They have some leeway of managing it very well outside the energy mineral complex. I think this is a new economy share that I think we should guide jealously and ensure that we develop our society broader down there. That's why I'm raising these issues. And they may not be relevant for this meeting today, but hopefully the minister in future will be assisting us. Because I think we are there, all of us as members of parliament, to make our own contribution to the betterment of the living conditions of the most vulnerable in society. That's what really I wanted to raise. Thank you, Chair.
I take it, Honorable Tagani, to be following up after the DG has responded that probably you thought this point would have not been made, and I'm sure the minister takes that. I didn't want to rule you out of order that we are now in the response. So I take it as a follow-up because it's meant to be an engagement, really, than just application of rules. Thanks for making the point. I see Honorable Majosi may also be trying to get follow-up on what she had raised so that the minister, once he has responded, he would have covered points. Is that the case, Honorable Majosi?
Yes, Chair. Yes. I just wanted to say that I don't want this meeting to leave with the perception that I said maybe NEMISA's CEO had left after. No, I said I don't remember which entity was it. So it was the deputy minister that was giving an overview of entities. We had a physical meeting. So my point is not on NEMISA or any other entity, but I had directed it straight to the minister, that the minister must then see fit that this week we are able to curb these things so that officials don't do as they please in the entities, and then after that they find a leeway of just resigning. So that was the point I was trying to drive, not the fact that NEMISA had a CEO. I said I don't remember whether it's NEMISA or which entity that had a scenario like that, but I remember we had a physical meeting and I raised the same issue of a CEO that was that had resigned because of something similar to what is happening to Postbank. So I wanted to clarify that and to say that I directed my concern strictly to the minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity, Honorable Majosi. I think as the minister would also respond, you've clarified that it's a matter of principle that you're raising, not necessarily directed to NEMISA, that people would leave and there's issues of consequence punishment that are left hanging in that score, and the state loses money in that regard. Minister and Deputy Minister, of course, will be guided by yourselves on how you would want to wrap up on this part before we take the last four.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Members. I would request DM to deal with whatever issues, and if there's anything outstanding, I'll deal with DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Minister. I think I'm going to leave the difficult ones for the Minister. There are some which are above my pay grade. I think the Minister will deal with those. I just want to deal with one my apologies, statement or assertion which Honorable Potlani has made, that there is a sense of poor governance across all the entities. And I just wish to say, Chair, that I think this assertion is not supported by empirical evidence. Neither is it consistent with what the Auditor-General has said in this very meeting. The sentiment of the Auditor-General is that there seem to be some improvement across all the entities, but of course there's still some challenges. And these challenges, Chair, are in about three they're about in three entities, which is the SABC, the Post Bank, and the South African Post Office. So those are the three of the 11 entities in the portfolio, which, if you can call it, they are in the red. So, so the statement that generally poor governance, I think, is, as I said, not supported by evidence. And we have not really shied away from both acknowledging that there are challenges in these three entities, but we have just articulated our interventions. What is it that the department and the minister is doing to attend to these challenges at both of these three entities? So I don't want to repeat, but I think we've already explained what we are doing to support the three entities, and we hope that this intervention are going to yield positive results, working with the boards of these three entities. I think just lastly to say that there is a question by Honorable Gumbi that was directed to BBI. If I'm not mistaken, BBI is coming tomorrow. But we can say, is it tomorrow or this afternoon, Chair? You'll guide us.
No, it's in this, yes.
Pardon, Chair? Okay.
No, I was just asking you that it's in the next 4 that we're doing, that will do their 10 minutes, their response.
Yeah, I think maybe let's know that question of Honorable Gumbi, and then request BBI to prepare that response when we deal with that entity. I think, as I said, let me leave the difficult ones for the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. What I know is that the AG has actually criticized us in terms of addressing the audit findings. Something I think the DG responded on what is being done to address that. It's something that has to worry us. There's a significant number. Maybe if I remember, we've got about 4 that are in the red. It's something that we've got to deal with. We acknowledge that from the members. Actually, my attitude is that, Honorable Chair, a properly run department, including entities, should reduce a number of times coming to portfolio committee to talk about qualification and unqualification. My attitude is that it's quite a pedestrian way of running any institution. I think the challenge we are confronted is what Honorable Dagana says, that if indeed we're doing our work, in a year's time, we must come back and come with a lesser number of these basic issues. Because when you are, if 4 entities are rare and others are qualified, it means we are struggling at a pedestrian level of leadership. Mdagana says, at what point, I'm putting my words now on him, at what point do we meet with you and give you a report of our interventions on how are we impacting on the lives of people? I think myself and TM will be in agreement that when we come back, when we talk to you, we must talk about exactly what Honorable Mdagana is raising. I think we must just be worried that we come and discuss issues of basic administration, basic governance, because it's like these are the basic issues that are taken for granted, are routine, are supposed to be done. That's why when we hire, we don't hire anybody, we hire qualified people so that they don't come and discuss these issues here. That's why I'm comfortable with the response by the DG on how they are intervening in turning around these issues. I also want to say the point that, Honorable Chair, the DG presented before me a PMO establishment, which I endorsed, which is one key element of the institution, which is going to put everything on the radar, follow everything, follow every project, follow performance of everything. And they are also moving towards making sure that it is digitized, so that you sit at one point, press a finger, see everything everywhere. That includes, Chair, even the basic flow of documents in the institution. That a particular document was signed by so and so at a particular stage is in a place, especially being a Department of Digital Technology. And that's why I'm comfortable with the response by the DG with regard to this matter. And we are working, myself and TM, to lead the department in that direction. And I think I do. I am empathetic to Honorable Majosi, and I think to an extent to Honorable Botland, that we need to work hard to deal with the issue of the people who mess up and resign. But however, as I've said, Chair, given a time before Christmas, we are prepared to come here, even on the post-pen, give you a report of who has been criminally charged, who is before court, who has been fired, who has been suspended, and so on. There's a lot of work that has been done in that regard. Consequence management, changing the board of SITA and changing and then dealing with the post-ban board is a demonstration of an intention to be consequential, to make sure that people's behaviors are consequential. We are moving in that, and we're not going to change that direction, because at the end of the day, we waste our time on basic issues when our people want connectivity so that they can have access to opportunities in the economy, whether to establish small business, whether to be able to apply without driving, whether to be able to download information even if you're in a far-flung area. Those things do make an impact. And I'm saying, Chair, given a chance again, I'm putting it before you, since in the past 3 months, there's a turnaround in a number of areas, which actually speak to what Honorable Mdagana is speaking. We're able to demonstrate that, and SITA and other entities will be able to show that we are actually beginning to gear ourselves towards dealing with what Honorable Mdagana is what you call saying. So the issue that Member Machosi says is a matter that is a problem of the entire state, which needs to be resolved. Again, okay, that deals then with the entire pursuit to make sure that systems are improved so that the drain that Honorable is speaking about is stopped. I think one is trying to respond to that. Layer of internal audit. I think, unless I'm not hearing Member Honorable Bodlani properly, but that is the issue of the portfolio committee, how they want to handle it. Where I've engaged the teaching that we also need to look at ensuring that as we monitor performance, we are able consciously to distinguish between financial performance and financial audit and performance audit. Because performance audit is able to go exactly to where projects are implemented and the possible impact they have on the lives of people. If you read AG's reports of late, they are no longer just about financial audit. They are also beginning to get into the area of performance audit. They begin to speak about a road that was not constructed, a road that was not, a bridge that was not done, a pipe that was not whatever, as a result, showing the state of the people. And I think even the AG is beginning to actually lead us in that direction. On the SABC bailout, or just SABC has got a turnaround strategy that we're engaging. At the same time, in their AGM, formally a decision has been taken that an investigation with regard to how the 3.2 billion was used has to take place, not the other year, this year, so that we have a sense of how was this money used, which seems to not have made an impact on the solvency of the institution. And the institution stays the same and so on. So there is a process to deal with that. I think BBI will respond to the issue of debt service. And I think I want to repeat this point as I close, Honorable Chair. It is my passion, it's my drive that if we really take ourselves serious, and I have no doubt that my DG says this with me, DM says this, top management said, the reason DG was able to table before me a PMO establishment, which I endorsed, is that we're beginning to say, we don't want to spend our time discussing qualifications, adverse, improving from adverse, improving from disclaimer. It is a waste of the South Africans' time, waste of their money, but that's not what we're employed for. The reason we're interviewed and our skills are checked, whether it's risk, whether it's CFO, financial, chartered accountant, is that though we are understood to understand that those are basic things that we can't waste messing up. We need to improve a percentage between spending time turning around people's time. My last point is that if Chair you so allow, we are able to come here before the end of the year to demonstrate a lot of turnarounds that are taking place in this department, which are beginning to respond to the three challenges that Honorable Mtagana is speaking. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, of course, as a democratic chair, I want to test this. We have got 4 entities where we need to get commentary, 5 minutes each, maximum, which is SITA, SASA, USAF, and BBI. I had earlier indicated that we may want to take a break, especially those who have been concentrating on the program and could not do anything else, so that you recharge and get that response from the 4 and then engage, or because you would want to save more time, that we can review that position and probably give them the time now and then engage those, including the earlier questions that have been parked that relate to these entities. And then we can then conclude probably much earlier than expected, and then wait for the engagements tomorrow on SAPO, the Post Bank, and the SABC. So that's what I want to test with you. Are you fine with us changing the approach? Let's probably allow the 4, if they have matters to add and clarify, in the 5 minutes each, and then take up a discussion and make conclusions at the end.
Agreed, Chair.
Comrade Chair, agreed. We continue.
Take the vote. They are ready.
I want to be sure that I still have members on the platform. Once a chair struggles to get members, then there's a problem. So at least there are members that are saying I must go on. Thank you, honorable members. We will now allow, in that order, we'll just take SITA, next 5 minutes if you've got any issues to add from the consolidated report, followed by SASA, USAF, and then BBI. MD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all the members, and also to the ministers, chairpersons of the board, CEOs, all protocol observed. I'm going to turn off my video now. With regards to SITA, I think much has been stated and said by the DG, so I would not like to add too much. I think she's covered it very well. In terms of the performance overview, the organization achieved 8 out of the 18 planned targets, which therefore resulted in a performance of 44.44%. The underperformance has been largely attributed to procurement-related delays, changes in customer budget availability, and also resource constraints. I think the committee would remember that many of these I did present earlier in the beginning of the year. In order to improve, we identified corrective interventions which we are busy implementations that have to do with accelerating the supply chain reforms, which includes process, technology, and people, enablement of support to expedite the e-procurement tool, secure customer commitment and budget earlier within the planned cycle, improving of recruitment turnaround times, and then lastly, improving customer service by making sure that we can execute our customer service improvement plan. I'm happy to share with the committee that already these plans are bearing fruit, as performance this year has started to pick up quite significantly compared to what it was last year, and we'll talk about that a little bit more next week. From a governance perspective, in 2022-2023, SITA did get an qualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. We've already, with the board, developed an audit action plan, which we're busy executing, which will ensure that we improve across a number of areas so that these basic administrative issues are not holding us back from making sure that we can deliver the digital transformation that is required for the country. And then lastly, from a financial performance perspective, SITA remains financially stable. Profit revenue increased by 10% compared to last year, and SITA at this stage is still a very healthy going concern. Those are the only matters, Chairperson, I wanted to add as additions to what the DG has stated. Thank you very much.
USAASA.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and the committee members, Minister and Deputy Minister, and all protocols observed. I will now just highlight a couple of things that we are working on to resolve some of the issues that have been raised by the Auditor-General. There's consistent tracking and monitoring of the implementation plan that has been developed, and that will resolve the issues that have been highlighted. We have done a root cause analysis, which has led to the improvement, and therefore that will be done again in this current financial year. The delays in implementing consequence management really is something that we are tracking with the board, and we are ensuring that we close out the matters of the suspended. The delays, again, they are mainly due to the initiator, which was pulled back from the process by the Department of Justice. And now I think we've now come over the line in resolving that. And out of the 6, only 2 were outstanding, and those 2 will then be dealt with as soon as the initiator is released back to close the matter. And then on the inventory, I think the improvement on USAF and the remarks by AG is that there has been significant improvement, and if we hone down on the inventory issues and the balances, inventory balances and the opening, we will be able to get that over the line as well. So we are looking at implementing some measures to ensure that the inventory balances are resolved, and we are looking at things like perhaps deploying a system that will then manage the inventory, and as we close and as we tape down the stock that is currently sitting at SAPO. On the legacy irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, again, we have approached Treasury on the condonation. They've given us a go-ahead. This is, again, legacy. We have now going to be presenting that to the board for final approval. So I think those are the only issues that were really raised in around us, and wanted to also anchor. But I think the DG, the department, has presented well on our behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I get PPI?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister and Deputy Minister. I will proceed to switch off my camera now so that I can get bandwidth. In general, we have been covered by the DG and the DDG's presentation. I think in summary, we have achieved 70% in terms of our KPIs, with unqualified audit with some findings, including going concern. In terms of the findings, we have already addressed 50% of those, and in the next few months, we should be closing the rest of the outstanding ones. Just to add that the projects that we are engaged in are material projects that are fundamentally changing the lives of people on the ground. We're running, as led by the department, with projects of SA Connect to provide connectivity to households and also provide public Wi-Fi hotspots. At the end of the coming financial year, by the 31st of March 2024, we should have connected 5,100 public Wi-Fi hotspots, affecting positively and providing coverage to almost 900,000 people. And then we have got the Broadband Access Fund project, in which we will be connecting 50,000 households. We have made quite some good progress with already 4,000 households connected. And I will take this opportunity to also answer the question that came up in terms of the debt to Eskom. Our debt to Eskom is 105 million, and the one to Transnet is 197 million. We have already engaged and agreed with Transnet on the payment agreement and the way forward. We are still engaging with Eskom on the way forward, and we intend to make these payments based on the turnaround plan that we've put together, which is leveraging on some of the key projects, the key connectivity projects that we are running with. We've worked on a commercialization project led by the board, so that with whatever project we are running, we would be in a position to commercialize and make sure that we become self-sustainable. In addition to that, we implemented self-imposed austerity measures in order to save every rand and to save every cent, so that we would be able to be self-sustainable as well. I think I'll leave it there, Chair, but I think we are generally covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now invite, if there are members who will then want to still engage. There are these other entities, noting the Honorable Bodlani's hand is up. May I check if there are other members? Honorable Bolani, you can then proceed.
Chairperson. Chairperson, just to please remind ourselves that when we had the public hearings in NEMISA, a woman came through saying that she has set-top boxes sitting in her house and she has not been paid for her services. And the understanding was that the officials would then give that information to the department, and I'm hoping it is done. But I'm raising it as an issue as we are discussing set-top boxes to say there must be a deeper investigation in terms of what the state is left with in terms of set-top boxes, so that there is clarity, because clearly with the understanding of what the lady was telling us is that somebody was subcontract who then subcontracted, and she's very low in the subcontracting methodology. So there is also that. But just to raise it as an issue to say, I hope it is being given attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bolani. I take it that I'm not leaving any other member who would have wanted to speak, as I'm going to come in now.
Chair.
Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, just a short one. I just wanted to check with the ministry on whether now that USAASA has shown some progress, whether they will then fill in all the vacancies, or they still stuck on the issue of dissolution. That's my first question. The second one will be relating to BBI, because we've seen some improvement, though it's administrative, but that's how we measure the impact, because if you are not performing in terms of the audit, then how do you deliver? Because then money is not used for what it's supposed to do. But on BBI, I just wanted to check whether the measure and acquisition is still relevant, because for me, if the institution are beginning to show progress, why should we still insist on merging? Maybe if I can get a response on the two, I'll be fine. Thanks.
Honorable Mlala. As I will give to the minister and the entities, maybe both the ministry or the entity, just explain in simple terms or for the committee to understand this, the debt that is owed to ESCOM and Transnet, because there was a discussion on this matter before, that the broadband company of the state is BBI. And then you have this arrangement. What is it that's being done between the ministries to try and align this part? Because if my interpretation is correct of what is raised in the report, that the way to resolve the problem of poor service, which results in BBI paying rebates to customers for poor service, is to pay the debt owed to ESCOM and Transnet. So as you respond, if you can also get to clarify there. I see the acting chair of ICASA hand there. I'm not sure if you are responding.
Apologies, Chair. Good afternoon to you and the members, Minister, DM, DG, and all the colleagues. Chair, I just wanted to double check if ICASA has not been forgotten, especially that there was a question from Honorable Bodlani.
Okay, we'll give you space. We'll start with you before the ministry and the other entities come.
All right, thank you.
Start from there. So we'll give you space first before the ministry would come. ICASA.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Can I ask that the CEO responds to the issues, especially the irregular expenditure issue, so that at least we deal with the question that was raised by Honorable Bodlani. CEO, thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chairperson, the members, Minister and DMGG, and the leadership of respective entities. Chair, I'm going to be responding to Honorable Bodlani's question relating to the irregular expenditure. I think it's important, Chair, to put into context where the amount comes from. Just to remind the committee of the legacy issue around this transaction. In 2018 or so, we occupied a building that was as a result of a bid that was taken to court, Chair. We have been on that process, but fortunate for us, we are almost nearing a point where we will be condoning the transaction because we've done all that we needed to do, Chair. Of the 34 million that you see from the financial statements, Chair, 31,200,000 relates specifically to that building. So until such time that we condone and a process that is at a very advanced stage, you shall be seeing a recurring effect. So I needed to clarify that as number one, Chair. And thank you for allowing us an opportunity. Number two, we also need to allay your concerns, which are valid, that we have a loss control committee that is empowered to really oversee the prevention and detection of irregular expenditure. It's unfortunate, Chair, that the AG reported on a very high level, but they would have told you that for ICASA, it's management detective controls that have picked up everything that has been on our financial statements, Chair, and nothing was picked up by AG when it comes to irregular. I know that there's a lot of work that we need to do to prevent, because all we want to see is a zero incurrence of irregular expenditure, but there has been a lot of work. If you were to ask me about consequence management relating to the building in question, Chair, I would say that we had undertaken a DC process involving a very senior official who has since left. However, the process was concluded when the person left. So there has been consequence management in relation to that, Chair. And the need for us to have more money, Chair, I can't overemphasize whenever I'm given an opportunity to speak about the need. In the recent weeks, you would have seen that ICASA experienced a strike, Chair. It's one of the issues we are dealing with because we can't afford the structure that we ought to have. We are having a skeletal staff, I'll say that, especially on the core business. And as a result, our employees were saying that we've generated a lot of money, but we are overworked and you can't afford to hire for the positions that you require. That's one of the issues that we need the money for. The unfunded mandate, Chair, relating to the elections is one of that I can think of at the top of my head. But lastly, Chair, the archaic IT systems that we employ as the authority are very worrying, and some of them are out of warranty. And hence, we are always pleading whenever we have an opportunity to get additional funding, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ICASA. Minister, you would indicate if you want to follow the trend, that of giving to entities first that have already spoken.
Maybe Chair, I will request that maybe entities respond, but I've asked DM to deal with the issue you have raised of the debt of BBI to Transnet and what to call and ESCOM. I will come in on what I've discussed with the minister concerning that regard. Can the entities respond and DG and entities, and if there are anything, but after that, let DM come in, and then we'll close at that point. Thanks.
Let's then move.
Sorry, Chair. The DM will deal with both the issue of the debt and also the USAASA currently. Where are we going? That includes the DG. Thanks. All right.
Thank you.
DG and the entities.
I hope are still on the platform.
May I request that BBI can respond on the debt issue, and then I will also request then TDT Chalembe to respond on the USAASA matter. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Zoa.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chairperson. So on the debt matter, I think I referred a little bit to it when I mentioned that we have entered into agreements with both Transnet, but with ESCOM, we are still engaged very vigorously on that. We have reached an agreement with Transnet on the debt repayment, but with ESCOM, because they have switched off key sections of our network, it's now prejudicing our capability to service both themselves as well as other clients. And it talks to what the chair said, that then we end up with rebates, which we have to pay to our clients, which makes the situation much worse. So we have requested for intervention, obviously from the shareholder and from the minister, and we will get feedback from the minister in terms of that. But we are still engaged and seized with that matter. It's one of the more consequential and pertinent matters that are key to the sustainability of BBI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chalembe.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chairperson. If I may just come in briefly on the USAASA dissolution matter. I think the DM will perhaps give more information here. But the policy position remains the same, that USAASA shall be dissolved, and then something needs to be done about the future of USAF. That remains the policy position. But what we have since discovered was that whereas we had thought we could expedite the dissolution and have it effected speedily, the advice is that it requires the amendment to the ECA to give effect to that dissolution, because USAASA is the creature of statute as well as USAF is a creature of statute. That therefore implies that because we have not started with or we are not ready to submit the amendment to the ECA to Parliament, it implies that we give a longer leeway to the life of USAASA and USAF as they are, and therefore I think the position is that they can fill the vacancies, and that as well the board can be given a longer lifespan as opposed to the renewals of a shorter lifespan that they have been given in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Chalembe. Did you want to add anything before DM comes in?
No, thank you, Minister.
DM, do you want to say anything? I think Chalembe has got a long way to deal with the matter. DM?
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I think maybe just to add on the responses of DDG Chalembe to the question of Honorable Mulala. I think the disestablishment of USAASA comes from the national, from the policy, the ICT white paper of 2016, which made a sort of an assessment of the performance of USAASA and USAF, and came to a conclusion that USAASA needs to be disestablished, given its assessment of the performance. And so there's been a number of things that has happened. Initially, National Treasury with the department undertook sort of a study as to what should happen then to the USAF, because as you know that USAASA and USAF, there is one board that is managing the fund. And so they came to a conclusion that there must be what they call a development fund, DDF, Digital Development Fund. And so that was the approach that was being followed. And later on, I think from the side of the department and the ministry, there was the previous ministry, there was an intention to accelerate that process of disestablishment and the location of USAF. And there was a proposal that USAF should be located at the level of the Post Bank. And subsequently, that model was not supported by National Treasury. So we are sort of back to the drawing board to find an appropriate mechanism and location for the fund, and to attend to the issues of the disestablishment. As DDG Schlemmer was saying, we now realize that for us to fully disestablish the agency, we will then have to be required to go back to Parliament, introduce the bill, and only after the bill has been approved, we can then fully disestablish the entity, because it is a creature of legislation. So then, therefore, that necessitates a rethinking in terms of our approach to the disestablishment. And as DDG Schlemmer is saying, we are now taking a view that we should probably extend the period so that the entity is not affected by the high vacancy rate together with the uncertainty levels that are there. So that is the view that we are taking now, but it will be formally communicated by the minister once it has been finalized. So that is that. And in as far as the fund is concerned, we still are sort of going back to what was originally intended, to establish the fund as a digital development fund. There are 4 options that we are looking at currently as to how should it be located, whether in the department as a program. So those are matters that are currently options which will be finalized soon, as soon as the minister has applied his mind. With regards to the debt of BBI to Eskom and to Transnet, maybe just a contextual background, which I think will help. I think BBI was established to leverage on this network, on the extensive fiber network of Eskom, as well as of Transnet. Now, when this entity was established, the shareholder, which is government, made a contribution towards the establishment of the entity and the running cost. And that contribution, therefore, became it was then sitting in the financial statement of BBI as a loan, which had to be repaid back to the shareholder. And so there was then a decision that was taken that because this continues to be a loan, therefore the entity is not able to go to the market because government is no longer putting money on the entity. This loan has to be converted into a shareholder equity so that it can then boost the balance sheet of the entity. And so that took some years for it to be converted. And as a result of that, the entity then lost on the opportunity to go to the market to obtain capital in order to invest in its infrastructure, but also the money that the revenue that it was earning, that revenue was therefore used for capital investment. And so the entity then started experiencing financial difficulties. So this debt has to be understood in the context that it was the lost opportunity that was there as a result of the shareholder not recapacitating the entity, because BBI does have customers. In fact, one of the customers that was lost as a result of this was a mobile network operator of Namibia. And BBI was receiving an income. So the issue was not the unavailability of new clients. The issue was these shareholder loans which were impacting negatively on the balance sheet of the entity, to an extent that the entity is not able to go to the market and obtain the necessary funding. It has since been resolved, but it was too late at the time that it was resolved. So currently, there are those discussions with the what is that? It's Eskom and Transnet. Currently with Transnet, the negotiations are going well. There is an agreement on the repayment. On the side of Eskom, it has not been a very good engagement. I think the stance that was taken by the former CEO, Mr. De Ruyter, was also not assisting, which was a bit of a very hostile stance, to an extent that there had to be a court case which was in favor of BBI. And we hope that there won't be any appeal of that court case. The matter will then be resolved. In the meantime, I think our minister is engaging with the Minister of Public Enterprises to find a solution to the issue of the debt. But in terms of going forward, we think that with the number of projects that BBI is currently having and it's implementing, it will significantly boost its liquidity position. This number of projects, the SA Connect, we have assigned BBI to implement the SA Connect project. There's a broadband access fund. There are a number of funds from USAASA that have been, a number of projects from USAASA that have been implemented by BBI. So this intervention from the side of the state to capacitate the entity, I think it will significantly boost the fortunes of BBI, and it will enable it to service the debt as it is of Eskom and Transnet. Thank you very much, Minister. I think I'll pause it at this.
Thank you, dear. In closing, Honorable Chair, I think the challenge would have been Eskom taking BBI to court, Eskom disconnecting BBI and they end up in court. Eskom loses, being instructed by the court to reconnect. But in our view, it didn't change the fact that BBI is a debtor to Eskom. So we took a view that this matter can be resolved in court. Having engaged the board of Eskom, they said it's only the minister who can actually give a guide whether this matter can be we've agreed with the minister that they must find a solution amongst themselves. Who are awaiting that solution amongst themselves now? Because at least between myself and the minister, we're in agreement that this matter, these are two state entities, they must be able to resolve their issues at home. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Machozi, is that a follow-up?
Yes, Chair. It's a follow-up on, and not on PPI, but on USAASA. I heard what the Deputy Minister was saying, and maybe just my 2 cents here that I'm throwing in, that maybe they should also look at the fact that is it viable now to, when they go back to the drawing board and seeing how then they merge. But is it viable now to do that when the term is ending and we don't know? 2024 is just here. And with the new administration, we will never know what will happen and all the decisions that will be taken, so that we don't find ourselves having made a decision of merging and then it will be retrieved in the next administration to say, no, this must. So when they look at all other aspects, maybe also include that in place to say then, because now the term is ending, is it viable to come and introduce the merging of USAASA? I was just thinking about that, and also it will destabilize a lot of things as well. If now they will have to merge and then have to go, it's a lot of transaction that will be going through. And I'm not sure when I had the explanation of maybe I had missed something, that I remember that the finances maybe would go to Postbank, and maybe if that is changed, then I will I withdraw chairperson. But if it's not, with the current situation that is happening at Postbank, do we still think that the funds then will go to Postbank and maybe be managed there and so forth? So those issues that I have, but I would definitely not need a response now. Maybe when they come with a holistic report to say this is how they are seeing it, and then they include that as well. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. I take it that Deputy Minister and the Minister, you may not need to respond to this point. At least I can clarify from the side of the chair that necessarily, as it relates to the fund, that's the explanation the Deputy Minister was giving, Honorable Machozi, that even with interaction with Treasury, that was not seen as a viable option, and therefore had to go back to the drawing board and relook at the matter. So at least that's the clarity was giving. Of course, the part around USAASA itself, there's clarity there again, that because it needs amendment of the law first, you therefore have to ensure that the entity in the intervening period is able to function. Hence, they would look at functionality thereof. So I think that also balances the timing thereof. I think both the Deputy Minister and DDG Shalembe, their response was about that. Honorable Minister, I see you are raising your hand again.
No. It's on a lighter note, Chair. I heard Honorable Machozi saying if the new administration retrieve, I say I don't know what is that anticipating.
A lot of things, Minister. A lot of things.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, don't hijack this meeting. I'm the chair. I'm the chair. You can have that discussion with Honorable Machozi outside there. I'm sure she was just saying there have been changes even within this term. without the change of a government. So in that case, you should be satisfied, Minister. There's nothing else more
We're
than
not
that.
sure, Chair. We are not sure.
So there's nothing else more than that. So, but that was on a lighter note, as the Minister would have said. But the point was made that there's something we should do in the intervening period. Honorable members, you would then agree that because we'll have other entities tomorrow, but for us to be able to release the other entities that may not be coming before us tomorrow, it's important to just recapture the summary of our discussions. I think the first point is really to send the message to all entities, including the department, that the matters that relates to action plans and recommendations of the Auditor-General are matters that we should keep our eyes on and ensure that there's actioning of that, and the results can really show as we get to the next audit cycle. Of course, this also means that we are also, as a committee, adopting those recommendations from the Auditor-General as it relates to the different entities. And in that score, would monitor in our quarterly reports as we usually do, but probably more rigorous in the way we do it, that we demand that report. And usually that report comes out and we get an indication that certain things are changing. I think until we get the report, I think to strengthen then that point would be that in year, whether it's half yearly, it's something that Parliament would surely agree to, that we do get indication from the AG's side whether the action plans submitted have strength in terms of the delivery side, or the submissions are so weak such that we are unable to turn the situation around. So I think that from the AG's side, it's important. But the other important aspect is the consequence management that must begin at all levels. Of course, would expect that if it's governance-related matters, yes, that will also include the board. But there are also operational matters that are done by the administrative side of things. We also need to see consequence management in that regard. So that as we also look at changes of the boards, it should not be the change of those faces only to find that at the end, the operators, if there's anything called fraud and all that, it's also people who operate systems. And in this case, it may not be just governance bodies. So we need to be very clear on that, so that there is also no generalization that everything else is corrupt and all that, and we are failing to act. At least we must have specifics, because we would have a specific report that shows this is where the weaknesses are and this is how we are dealing with the weaknesses. And I think we must assure those that are taking action that action would be supported as it is done within the confines of the law. Because that's also very important, that our eagerness to act must still be within the confines of the law, so that the actions that we take can also be defended in law, because at some point there must be action in any way. And if things are left unattended, they are also a reputational damage to the government when it's about a few people that may be doing things wrong. And because there's no action, then there's that problem. So we need to balance that taking of action, but within the confines of the law in this regard. Of course, honorable members, Honorable Minister, Are you calling for order?
My apology. My apology, Chairperson. We forgot to draw the attention of yourself to the fact that Mr. Boy is his last week in his position. He has served government so meticulously. We thought it's important for the committee to be aware that he is leaving us. And we are proud of the work he has done so far. And I thought it's important just for us as an announcement.
No, thank you, Minister. I thought it's a point of order.
My apology.
That we're asking you to add. So you think it's out of order to do so. I'm noting it, Minister. I would keep this in mind as we finalize. But just to indicate again, honorable members, that we have taken a decision to call some of the entities back. I think in that regard, it accommodates your request, Minister, of coming back to the committee to outline some turnaround in some of the areas. I do know that in terms of the program adopted this morning, we will still have an appointment with regard to SITA, to SAPO, to the Post Bank, and so on. And as we agreed, our program is also relooked at on the basis of the agency of the matters that are of interest to South Africans. So there will be that space still, I think, before Christmas, if I were to use the words of the minister, to still come back to the committee and update us in that regard. So would leave then the matters of detail to such engagements. Of course, I must say though that from the overview given, it's also important to acknowledge the progress that's being made in a number of areas. Surely, if NEMISA says we have got a clean audit, however, behind the clean audit, there are thousands of assistance programs to teachers across the country. And once it's across the country, that includes the rural areas. I think that's a significant area of impact in changing the lives of people on the ground. We should acknowledge once the FPB says, yes, there is a clean audit, but behind this clean audit, it also says that we are implementing the changes in law that of us becoming an online content regulator, which also gives us again the assurance that as we get to the elections in 2024, the issues of misinformation, disinformation are dealt with, at least from that point given the current legislative provisions, of course, working with the other regulators, so that the clean audit is also not taken to be a dry area, but linked really to the benefit of the people of this country. And of course, they've given examples that they've now, working with law enforcement, having been able to act on certain cases, and those cases would have been won. But of course, this goes to all others that have presented, that all those achievements should be really linked on changing the picture that the Auditor-General painted of what is the real life situation of South Africans. So I think that's very important, so that it's not like indeed we're just dealing with this from an administrative point of view. So the overview, in my view, captured the essence of what is being changed in the different areas, and always use that ministers and deputy ministers to take South Africans into confidence on what is being done on the ground. My last point really is about tomorrow, and I'm doing this to also try and clarify the approach to the SAPC. We are taking those two entities, but still on the annual reports. But because the SAPC also had an issue that we needed to deal with on the turnaround side of things. And I want to clarify this for purposes of transparency, that as this committee, we've been engaging the SAPC on the matter of them being sustainable and so on. And this was raised even in 2020, if my memory serves me well, that some of the matters that they share in public are of commercially sensitive in nature, which are about also competition with their competitors. And these competitors may not be subjected to the same laws that the SAPC is subjected to. As a result, before any implementation of those ideas, they are already gone and implemented elsewhere. And in 2020, they made that case, and we needed to know those commercial interests as the committee, at least in detail, rather than high-level information that we will get in an open meeting like we have, so that we also can engage those openly without compromising their competitiveness in this regard. So in 2020, it would have happened. But of course, if you partially close a meeting, you still have to take the South Africans into confidence by giving a summary of the discussions that would have happened, because the SAPC is a public broadcaster. So this is nothing new. So it's the same thing that would have happened. And it's partially closed because other matters have to be public. This includes accountability to the bailout allocation. It's an issue of public accountability. It has nothing to do with commercial interests and so on that they may have to look at. So that will be open. But the matters that they deal with in terms of revenue streams and their targets and all that, it does play into the competitors in that way. So we have listened to this. We have then applied in line with the rules to the House Chair. And the House Chair has given the guidance in line with the rules that at the time of discussion, it is this committee that will then make the formal decision to partially close the meeting at that point of closing, and then come back to report as such. And I'm saying this because the SAPC did raise this thing even at the time we were on oversight ourselves, and we're in agreement that we do need that space to have them to discuss with us openly and how things could be better attended to. So I just thought I should clarify this point to also help with inquiries that are being sent from different sides, just to also allay the fears that there may be something to hide from a point of public accountability of the SAPC. So there's no such. And of course, we did this with SAPO when we're looking at their strategy and all that, that where there were matters of commercial interest, would have applied the same and gave the summary thereof after the meeting. So it's nothing untoward, but provided for in the rules of the National Assembly. And there's nothing unconstitutional about it as the summary gets to be made public. So I just thought I should also explain that so that we prepare ourselves better for tomorrow, that with the SAPC is not just the annual report that we're dealing with the AG, but we're also taking those matters forward as agreed by the committee. So I thought that that clarifies tomorrow that is still a decision that the committee will make at that point. Honorable Mazzoni, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to address you as you've raised this matter now before you close the meeting. Mr. Ngoma will no doubt hand you a letter which I have written to you, as well as the Chairperson of Committees, House Chairperson Frolic, regarding the closing of the meeting tomorrow, as is indicated on the program that has been released to the public as well. It doesn't indicate that this committee will make a decision at that time. It indicates that a decision has already been made, that there will be a partial closing and in-camera meeting of part of the SABC coming to our committee. Now, well, you've just explained to us that this has happened in the past and that it has happened with SAPO. I think we can all agree that it has not been to the benefit of the country nor to the committee to ever have anything done in secret. And that is one of the reasons that we had the massive inquiry into the SABC that we had not too long ago. Now, the SABC is constitutionally mandated to broadcast to the public of South Africa and is largely funded by the people of South Africa. And therefore, even commercially sensitive matters can't be considered to be of a secret nature, not when it regards public funds and not when it involves the South African public. So I do want to place on record, Chair, I'm not going to get into a dispute with you now. I'm going to wait for your return correspondence. But I do want to place on record that the DA will attend all of the meetings tomorrow because we have a constitutional mandate to represent those people who elected us to office. But we do place on record our extreme concern and dismay at any part of the meeting to dealing with the SABC, which is a constitutionally mandated public broadcaster, being closed to the public. And I want, please, Chairperson, that you place that on record now so that tomorrow it doesn't come as a shock. And as I said, I respectfully have listened to your submission and I will wait for your return correspondence to my correspondence. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzoni. Like you said, you are not opening up a discussion on the matter, but you wanted to place that on record, and I think would keep that when the committee deals with that matter of whether at that point we go to close partially, and I'm using the word partially because the meeting is not necessarily closed completely. It will be those matters which will still be reported in public. Like I say, there was nothing raised on it 2020, as well as when we dealt with the SAPO, which is also a government-funded entity in that regard. So would leave it for now, but if that discussion ensues tomorrow, we'll handle it at that point. But we just thought it's important for those that are following the discussions of the committee to get this clarity, including the inquiries that the media would make in this regard, as they've already done, so that at least it's clear. And from one of the inquiries, at least the journalist seems to understand that there must be that guarantee that the summary will still be made public so that they know what has been the discussions. So I wanted to reaffirm that point, that the public will still know, even though they may not be discussing the details of what is being put there. So with that, honorable members, thanks for your cooperation, that we conclude well before the time that we've set for ourselves, but also to give yourself a bit of break to to do other things and refresh for the next day in that regard. Honorable Bojani, you are proposing that we not close and proceed.
No, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think based on the minister's announcement about Mr. Boy bowing out, we should put it on record as the committee that we thank him for his service, but also put it on record that as the portfolio committee, we welcome the appointment of a permanent Director General for the department, and in that breath, congratulate the new Director General. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I thought we were saying must not close and engage that point. At least there's agreement to close on that point. Indeed, I join you, Honorable Bolani, on behalf of the committee. I know there are members in this committee, every time they speak about Sentech, they will remember the CEO. That's the level of appreciation for the work done over the period of time. Thanks, Mr. Mlamli Boy, for holding the fort, but also living still on a high note, in that you are still living a clean audit and the company that's able to still move forward irrespective of the difficulties. So we really hope one time we heard that you probably going back to sit and reflect. So I won't say pension, because sometimes we think people go on pension and they contribute differently when they have left the institution. So I can only say that as you make reflections, still make contributions to the sector in one way or the other. So this committee really appreciates. Of course, with regard to the DG, it may be because for other times we would even make mistakes, Minister, of not saying acting DG and say DG, probably for the period that she's been holding the fort, and maybe officially we should say welcome now as DG in a proper sense. And I think the good thing though is that you are entering the space having had a bit of background at that level of what is intended, and surely with the remaining period to the elections that Honorable Majosi would have referred to, we can guarantee even the next administration that handover report will be quite proper from the department side of things, because a lot would have changed. The minister was already indicating being impressed by getting a PMO, which he has approved, and that alone indicates the commitment to change things around. So DG, we are very pleased that finally you are the DG. We are removing the acting. There's no Hollywood anymore. Thanks, Minister, for that. No Hollywood. We have got a DG. With that, honorable members, I would not take any of your minute now, and of course officially adjourn the meeting until we reconvene tomorrow. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you. I'm the only one who's acknowledging.